Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the December 1st Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk this morning will be Ms. Karen Robertson. Today's Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. The question period sign-up sheet is by the double doors to my left for agenda items only. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question related to an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. Not seeing any members who have joined us electronically this morning.
Yeah, Councillor Brown.
Sorry?
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can't see you, but I trust the people when they tell me you're there.
And Councillor Geselbrecht.
And Councillor Gesselbrock as well. Thank you. First item on the agenda is introduction of late items. Ms. Robertson?
Thank you, Worship. We have one which is just circulation of the 2024 to 2028 revised draft financial plan PowerPoint presentation.
Motion for the adoption of the agenda is amended. Excuse me. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. We have no minutes to adopt. And let's get at it then. The first is reports. And recognizing Nanaimo's 150 years of incorporation, Mr. Harding, good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship. Council, thank you. This is an information report in front of you. As Council may or may not remember, next year is our 150th birthday as a city. Even though next year was 150 years of incorporation, the actual first council meeting was January of the following year, so 1875. So we just have a report in front of you which we discussed part of the decision package today of providing some funds for staff to continue to work on developing some celebration. And there's a number of options and ideas in the information report of what we think we'd like to try and do. And also Ms. Bren, our cultural manager and events manager is here, and Ms. Osborne also has worked hard on trying to get something started. So there's an information report. I won't go through all of it, but if there's any questions council may have, we're pleased to answer.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Mercer.
Good morning.
Bree. Sorry? Breen. Did I say? Sorry. Adrian, how long have I known you?
Through you, we go back a long way, almost 30 years.
Yes, we do. Maybe I should have slept more last night. Does anyone want? We're a very quiet group this morning.
Well, I'll say something.
You know, look, if I was just about to say, I mean, I appreciate the coffee isn't here, but this is a ridiculous way to protest. Councillor Thorpe, Eastmere, and Hammond's in order. Thank you very much.
Well, seeing as nobody else is apparently speaking this morning, no, I just wanted to thank Mr. Harding and Ms. Breen for the report, and exciting, and I fully support planning some type of celebration and events. I think it's very important that we mark our city's history and our cultures. So I'll be very supportive of this. Thank you.
Councillor Eastmere.
Good morning. I wondered about who would be involved on the potential community working group and whether there would be involvement from Snuneymuxw First Nation.
Through Mayor Croak to Councillor Eastmere, we would be looking to reach out to community leaders from the cultural community and from past and present council in terms of recognizing the incorporation and bringing that awareness to that it's specific to the incorporation of the city, and that there are elements of celebration and recognition of staff and the work that staff have done over the years, and sensitivities as well around the fact that this land itself has existed far beyond the 150 years. So yes.
Okay, yeah, I definitely recognize the importance of marking the 150 years, but I do have a little bit of discomfort around the idea of it. The Canada 150 celebration was not too long ago, and it was kind of an awkward situation. And as far as like spending money on a corporate logo, I think Amy Pye's new design that was picked for the street banner, I think is a fantastic design. I love that it incorporates the 150, and it's really nice and colorful. So I wonder if we could just use that, because we're already going to be seeing that sort of everywhere. So it might be nice to just have it as a consistent thing and all kind of get behind it. And the idea of like a tabletop book, I love, you know, sounds nice, but I don't think I could support that. Coffee table books are kind of go in the way of the dodo, unfortunately. But yeah, I think there could be a way that we could still find a way to celebrate this. But is there, both options are $50,000. Is there an option that would potentially be less than that?
Through Mayor Krogh to Councillor Eastmere, thank you so much for your deep consideration of this report and your questions. It's something that has definitely been top of mind for us as well. So certainly it's council's, council's decision to make, and we are here to support whatever decision council makes. In terms of the logo, I'm so glad you like it. We really like it as well, and that is definitely a top consideration for us. Speaking, I think, for staff and for the culture and special events team, the understanding of this particular milestone as something to recognize as a moment in time when the city was incorporated is different from any sort of thing that you might call a birthday or a celebration. It doesn't feel appropriate given the times that we're in and the work that we're doing toward reconciliation, and that is not the approach that we would like to take with this. It is definitely, the recommendation before you is suggesting a recognition or acknowledgement of the structures that we are in here today and the work threaded through the years that council and staff has done for the city, but not in any way trying to express overstepping into the land and what being on this land means.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, did you want to say something?
And again, I'm working with the First Nations, with the Council's Protocol Working Group. This issue would also be brought forward as we do a lot of the different celebrations, and the mayor and the councillors on there will seek the chief and council's direction on how they want to participate or not participate.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you. That line of questioning and the response was really fulsome. So I fully support. I think celebrating 150 is going to be important. It's going to be a nice source of pride for the community. I'm curious about the funding. When we have a Parks and Rec event go on, like Canada Day, where does the funding come from, and is $50,000 about what we spend on other events?
Your Worship, most of our candidate, and Ms. Breen can give you the actual details. It's in our budget, but we also get a small grant from the federal government. I can't remember how much it is. It's not too much. Go ahead.
Yeah, through Mayor Krogh to Councillor Hemmons, I believe Mr. Harding is correct. Ms. Osborne is here. I think that she might have more information on the actual amount. I think it is close.
Ms. Osborne, good morning.
Good morning. Through the mayor to Councillor Hemmons, the Canada Day festivities are planned through our operating budgets, and we receive granting through Heritage Canada. We receive anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, and we contribute anywhere between 5 and 10 on top of that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I'm inclined to support option 2 on this using Strategic Infrastructure Reserve funds. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. In order, Councillors Brino, Thorpe, Gesselbrock, and Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you. This dealt obviously more with the financial piece, and I'm inclined to support option number 2 as well. I just wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about some of the activities that you are planning for the community, and just how you'll do that. Are you thinking parades? Are you thinking special events down at Maffei? Like, I'm just wondering, I just wanted to get a sense of what you're planning.
Through Mayor Krogh to Councillor Perino, thank you so much for the question. And the committees, when formed, would definitely be able to put more minds to this. What we have thought of in these initial days is for the corporate type events to shine a light on staff current and past, and so they would be things like the logoed attire, flags, things like that. In terms of the community, is drawing the community in to thinking about that portion of our history as an incorporated municipality, and then drawing people together for some type of community recognition. One thing that we have put in the report is an idea of doing a winter illumination event in early 2025, because the first meeting of the Nanaimo as a council was in January of 2025. So an illumination event, and we were thinking somewhere like Maffei Sutton Park, somewhere central, where people could come and be together.
And the only other question that I have,
Mr. Harding wanted to say something.
No, thank you, Worship. Just to go through, and one of the reasons for today is really to see the planning for next year is really going to depend on how much council wants us to, how much effort you want us to spend on this event. So we're gauging today and the next, how much effort you want us to go and work with the community and on this committee. And so we're going to gauge that. And so some of those events will come out of what kind of event you want us to start planning.
Okay. And the only other question I had was the involvement of other community groups, like, I just think tourism, if we can use this event to bring more tourism to town, just that, is that your goal too, to try and, okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Actually, Councillor Geselbrock hasn't spoken, so if he wishes to.
Well, I've got him in between you and Councillor Armstrong.
Okay.
He can be the meat and the sandwich.
Well, thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to comment that I don't think we want to go too far into the weeds on this. The options involve just starting to look at setting up a community working group, and I think that's extremely important. We want this, I think, in my opinion, to be community driven. We want to hear what the community has in terms of ideas and what they favor. I personally like the idea of some type of commemorative fixture, whether it be a pin or a flag or even a book, which I don't think is going the way of the dodo, but as I speak as a semi-dinosaur. Councillor Smear is not listening to me because he's talking to Councillor Armstrong, but that's all right. So I think we just need to generally support this concept, and I favor option number 2, using our reserves, and I'm prepared to put that on the table now, but if others wish to speak first, that's fine. I'll put it on the table, option number 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Worship, I believe that the motion will be considered under slide in the PowerPoint presentation. So
Good.
because it's all part of the package, perhaps if we
We'll
could just
we'll
wait
hold it
that
till
time.
then.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Geselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. I would support community group getting together and discussing how this could be recognized. I appreciate staff's sort of conscientiousness on how to look at, even choosing the language, recognize Nanaimo's 150 as opposed to celebrate. I think there are sensitivities and things that we need to be aware about, and I think that is being taken into consideration, and I think having a discussion at the POG is good. For one, this can be a good moment of reflection and some sort of type of event where that's incorporated, where we're looking at how we're evolving as a community and where we want to go. I would like to limit the amount of swag. I find that sometimes these celebrations, there's just a bunch of garbage that gets produced that ends up in the landfill a couple weeks afterwards, and something low key, a pin or something like that maybe is appropriate, but reduce the amount of stuff. I'm one for keeping things a little bit more low key, and yeah, but I would support just starting off the process, as Councillor Thorpe said, just sort of seeing what the feedback is from the community and what would be a good way to go forward. Thank you.
Councillor Eastmere?
Thank you. Yes, and just to build on Councillor Gesselbrecht's comments, I wonder if there's a way to incorporate some of the city's environmental stewardship work, like a tree planting initiative or something like that, to mark planting like 150 significant trees or something like that. That would be something that I would be excited to support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to weigh in this. I can't resist. This nation in the last few years, particularly around the report of Justice Sinclair, which discussed it at great length, which the press seemed to ignore for about a decade, what happened at residential schools across this country, and it certainly did, as Councillor Eastmere pointed out, certainly had an impact on the nature of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. And I'm conscious of those sensitivities, and as Mr. Harding has pointed out, we have a protocol agreement working group to discuss those things. But I would remind Council that, as I said to one of my own family members, Canada is much more than the history of its relationship with the Indigenous people of this country. And indeed, 42% of Canadians now are first or second generation immigrants. Tonight, the Nigerian community in the town is going to have a celebratory gala dinner. There have been waves of immigrants, and I think it's appropriate for us to recognize that this is a diverse country. It is seen as a beacon for people from all around the world, and sometimes it's okay to celebrate. With respect to Councillor Gesselbrecht, who I say I've inspired already, I will guarantee that when it comes to Leo's birthday parties, there will be a candle on the cake. It won't be just a bare cake. Now, I don't mean that in a snotty, unkind way, but the reality is a certain amount of swag is important. We just happily heard from the head of the library, Verl, the other day. Books are still important. And I think that we should not, as council, as Councillor Thorpe has pointed out, be too directive, if you will, in what the community decides is appropriate. If a group of citizens, the good volunteers of this community who help build this community, come up with a list of things, it will behoove us to pay attention, and if we don't wish to follow their recommendations or accept their recommendations, so be it. But I think that's what we should do. And insofar as the options are concerned, I'm for option 2. I think that's reasonable, and that seems to have general council support. Councillor Gesselbrecht.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, I appreciate what Councillor Eastmere had to say. We marked Leo's first birthday by planting a tree, and I think taking that constructive approach to recognizing, these milestones by, putting an added effort into creating, the community and world that we want to see. And so whether it's 150 trees or maybe we escalate sort of safe pedestrian crossings, whatever we choose, and what the community decides on how to sort of, reconfirm our commitment to making a better community, I think, the 150 of incorporation is a great opportunity for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Worship. And this is information that staff wanted to hear, so thanks for all of Council's contributions. It helps frame some of our ideas of what we'll come back with. Since this is finance and audit, and in the report we do talk about the potential of us applying for a Heritage Canada grant. And they actually approached us, realizing that we're coming up to 150. So I just want Council to realize what we could also apply for later this year. So Ms. Osborne will give you a little bit more detail, if that's all right, on what that grant could include.
Thank you very much. We're not going to be 150 ever again, and so I think we need to celebrate it appropriately. I appreciate the work of staff to date. Ms. Osborne, you look like you want to say something, please.
Yeah, I was just going to, I was just going to expand a little bit on a few of the options that staff have talked about in terms of what we could be doing for this recognition. We have been thinking that we would have a corporate committee that would work on how we could incorporate the recognition of 150 into all of our regular operations, and that would also include the areas of environmental stewardship and sustainability. We're very conscious of the types of swag or items that we purchase on behalf of the city, and we definitely would look at those items as well. We have been, Heritage Canada has reached out to us and recognized that we would be eligible for a grant, and so we will follow up on that. And if we do receive the grant, we would probably require less funding, and that the funding that we would receive from Heritage Canada would primarily go towards a recognition of some type of a community event to be held in that first month of 2025.
Thank you very much. All right, the next item is the meal program funding options update, and that's Mr. Holm. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship, and committee members. I'm just going to briefly introduce this while Ms. Brinkman and Ms. Wood take their seats, and then turn it over to Ms. Wood to speak to the report. But obviously, the timing of this is important. We're bringing forward options for committee's consideration with respect to funding breakfast meal program. The current funding would end at the end of this year. So timely to bring it forward for committee's consideration. I'll turn it over to Ms. Wood. Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please.
As Mr. Holm indicated, I'm here to just provide the committee with an update on funding options for the breakfast meal program currently being funded by the city. Council will recall at the regular council meeting on November 6, 2023, Council provided additional funds to extend the existing breakfast meal program until December 31st, 2023, also allowing staff to determine the outcomes of the Reaching Home designated funding program and for responses to the city's letter and request from the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction and the Minister of Housing for funding support for a meal program. On September 27, 2023, the Reaching Home designated funding program for Nanaimo closed a call for proposals to address local homelessness needs for the upcoming federal funding cycle for 2024 and 2025. And just as a reminder, Nanaimo receives a total of $851,266 from the federal government in designated Reaching Home funds. And I think previously I mentioned to this council that the Reaching Home grant application new this year also recognized input from people with living experience. And the number one thing that they highlighted was options to drop-in center services that provided basic needs, so things like meals and showers and laundry and warming and cooling services. So successful applicants were identified, and among the successful proposals, there's one proposal that will be getting some funding for bagged lunches. So it's an existing program that's happening already in the city. But however, no breakfast meal programs or drop-in services will be funded in the next federal funding cycle. On September 15th, 2023, a letter was sent to the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction and the Minister of Housing. And that was for funding support for a permanent meal program. The Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction referred the city to the Critical Food Infrastructure Grant. So that's a grant that's being funded by the ministry through United Way BC. And the purpose of these funds are to improve access to nourishing and culturally appropriate foods through the creation of food infrastructure projects. We were able to connect with the United Way BC's project coordinator for food security infrastructure, and unfortunately, she did confirm that the breakfast meal program was not eligible for funding under that grant program. So to date, the Salvation Army and the 710 Club Society haven't identified any other additional funds to help extend the program past December 31st, 2023. So without an alternative solution to replace the current distributed breakfast meal program, and as outlined in the report, there's several options that council may wish to consider. So option one is the current status quo, just allowing the breakfast meal contract to end on December 31st, 2023. So there's no action or motion that's required for that option. Option two adds $429,000 from two possible fund sources to the 2024 budget to fund a breakfast meal program. This option also includes extending the existing breakfast program till March 31st, 2024, but also launching an expression of interest early in January 2024 for a meal provider to provide an indoor breakfast meal program between April 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. And this option will, of course, continue to fill the gaps that we're seeing around meal provisions for 2024, but also allow the city to explore a more efficient and effective model, potentially ideally bringing people inside to have a meal indoor. And staff can return to council with an update and the results of the EOI in February 2024. So should the council consider to proceed with this option, there's two possible funding motions that are outlined in your report. And of course, finance staff here are able to answer questions about any implications about those funding sources. And finally, option 3 adds $107,000 to fund the existing breakfast meal program only to March 31st, 2024. And this option will require staff to continue to explore other funding options through other services and initiatives. And we can return back in early March 2024 if there's any, with any alternative solutions that may be available. So again, there's two possible funding motions under that option as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. We do. Councillor Gesselbrock, Armstrong, and Perino in order. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you. Two questions. The first, was there any follow-up with the minister after sort of the funding grant that was suggested that we follow up? Clearly came back that it wasn't an option.
Through your worship to Councillor Gesselbrock, there was no, we were able just to connect prior to the writing of this report with the food security coordinator from United Way BC. There hasn't been any follow-up back to the minister after this response.
Okay, great. I think that's one thing that council could consider, just with any motion that we do, is to write a subsequent letter to the minister, letting them know that, there isn't any funding available through that grant. And, if it's, within the jurisdiction of the province to be supporting with something like this, to let them know that at the moment, we're not getting any of the support that we do require. Second question is, I think ultimately I'd like to see us move in the direction where we have a sustainable solution to the meal program and indoor space, and would like to set staff up in a way that allows for us to proceed in this direction and allow them to pursue this in a manner that's not, unduly stressful, and enough space to do this. And the two options, with the 429 for the year or the 107 with shorter, it sounds quite unlikely that a solution will be found within the next 3 months. Is there really any difference between option 2 and option 3, in the sense that if we do option 3, we can just simply renew, from the strategic infrastructure reserve or whatever reserve that we were going to pull it from for longer, or does that entail a whole bunch more work going out for another EOI? And would option 2, where we do it for the full year, give the space required for staff in the community to actually put together a more sustainable plan going further? That's my question. Thank you.
Through your worship, to Councillor Gesselbrock, I think you've actually just really captured well the challenge with option 3. Option 3, when we do come back, it would be really hard to launch an EOI and quickly kind of explore other options, efficient models for longer term funding and bringing folks inside. So most likely we would extend the current distributed model. It would be harder to kind of, do that EOI without providing time for service providers to pull together some ideas. So the timeline would be tight on that. Also, as you know, the federal and provincial funding cycle starts April 1, and usually they've identified funding sources already for that next fiscal period. So that's another challenge that we would be facing with the third option.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I mean, I'd be more inclined to pursue option number 2, and also, to alleviate workload on staff potentially. and also figure out what the SBO is productive and, you know, getting what we expect from the SBO is to pull them into this conversation, you know, if we're pursuing longer term options and seeing if they can support in a meaningful way of helping with that community discussion on finding a more sustainable solution. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Question through you. Is it normal for the city to pay staff wages with our grants? Because it says in here that the money's going to be also used for staff wages.
Sorry, through you, Councillor, to Councillor Armstrong. Can you repeat that question?
Is it normal for the city to pay the wages of staff? Because it says in here that the dollars will also be used to pay for staff wages.
So currently, right now, through the distributed breakfast meal program, staff wages in the report are referred to 710 and Salvation Army staff.
Yeah, but it says monthly costs are approximately $22,000 are used to cover wages. So is it normal for the city to pay for wages for other organizations is my question.
Yes.
And can you give me an example of another organization that we're paying the wage for a food supply program or anything?
Through your worship, to Councillor Armstrong, we do, for example, fund a shower program where we do provide staff wages through the shower program.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just concerned that we're going down this. I was watching the report in Vancouver on government spending, and that our local governments are taking on far too much provincial responsibilities, and we're wondering why our taxes are increasing. And when you take a look at even two of the programs that come to mind, as we said, the SBO and even just this, that's almost $1 million of taxpayers' money, which is almost a percentage tax increase for something that doesn't even belong to the city. So I really struggle with it. I understand the importance, but I keep thinking the more Band-Aids we do, the less incentive there is for the province to take it on. So I really worry about it, that we're going to be doing this 10 years from now if we don't start pushing back. Thank you.
Thank you. In order, Councillors Prino, Manley, and Eastmere.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you to Ms. Wood. The struggle that I'm having, I absolutely take to heart what Councillor Armstrong has just said, and certainly agree. My fear is that this problem is not being addressed from a health perspective. In other words, you know, having our provincial government take a look at how this is being allowed, that people are in this position without further input. Anyway, my question to you is on attachment A. We have close to 10 organizations that are providing food, and yet we're talking about providing a major funding to one. And I'm just wondering, what can you explain? So for example, I'm just looking, as I look down the list, you know, the Unitarians shelter provides, you know, over 100 meals. Wisteria Community Association, the Stone Soup, they provide 300 bag meals, and they deliver it to our unhoused community that can't maybe get to a central site. I'm just wondering, what do we provide to those groups as we're considering doing this program? What do we provide to the others?
Through your worship, to Councillor Prino. If you'll remember that the original start for this current distributed breakfast meal that we have, we started off with funds from Strengthening Communities, and we did an expression of interest. And at that time, what we heard from service providers was that there was a real gap for indoor meals, you know, and especially after a hard night outside, to be able to come inside to eat and get warm. And at that time, a Salvation Army was the only one that had any indoor space that was able to provide that. And then council will remember that due to some challenges with the building and no other, you know, alternative solution, we came to this distributed model. And so with option 2, we would be able to open up that expression of interest again to actually try to meet the needs of bringing people inside. Because if you look at attachment A, there's very limited indoor meals.
That's right.
You know, I mean, ideally, we would have these meals provided through shelters, supportive housing, so we wouldn't have to do this,
exactly,
right, as part of a suite of services. But due to the gap and the indoor meal, you know, that's why, you know, doing an expression of interest may open that up to other agencies who may have other opportunities, other indoor space that, you know, we haven't been able to explore in the past because they haven't been available.
Okay, good answer. Thank you. Just one more point, if I might follow up. So we're not actually supporting any of these other organizations the way we would be supporting this because it's an indoor.
Through your worship, to Councillor Perino, we're not supporting any of the other food,
Okay.
providing any funds to that way unless they're, applying through other city grants or things like that, but direct funding to program, no.
So I'll just add, this feels unfair. It feels unfair to the other organizations that are doing the work. I just, I'm struggling with that part of this. It's a great deal of money. Once we get into this position, we're going to have to continue on. It's very difficult on our taxpayers, and then we have all these other organizations that are out there doing the work as well, and we're not helping them. So I'm struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley, then Councillor Armstrong, then Councillor Eastmere. Councillor Gesselbrock, are you left over or you want back again?
I want back again, thanks.
Okay, I'll get to you after Councillor Eastmere. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just note to Councillor Perino's line of questioning, some of these other organizations get food money through BC Housing for their programs, so that they are covered in other ways. Not everybody, but there are other sources of funding. My question is probably better answered by Mr. Holm, and that is related to the Salvation Army building and the timeline for, I guess they're taking that building down and they're going to replace it. Do we have a timeline for when that construction is going to take place and be completed?
Sorry, yeah, thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Manley's question. I mean, the timeline is difficult, better for the owner to speak to. What I can say, the Salvation Army, what I can say is we have in the last short period, we've received a development permit application for that, the redevelopment of that property. So we are seeing movement forward on that towards redevelopment. I know they're ambitious in the timeline to redevelop that site. I would be leery to guess on what that might be, but it could be within the next 18 months to 2 years that we see. I know the approach that they're looking to do is a modular construction approach that may shorten the construction timeline somewhat. But a better question to the owner, Salvation Army, we can come back with more information or encourage them to come forward and update council if that would be helpful to you.
Okay, thanks. The other question I have is earlier this year, the Salvation Army rented the Nanaimo Entertainment Center, which is across the street on Nickel, and they had challenges with zoning, with building code, etc. And I'm wondering whether the new policy that was passed at the last council meeting would remedy that situation so that that indoor space could be used for a meal program now.
Yeah, through your worship, to Councillor Manley's question, yeah, it's possibly the case. In that case, the building owner is moving forward with improvements to the building to address the issues that came up there, and I won't get into details, but required some improvements to the exiting the building to make sure that it was safe for the folks using it. So there's some discretion with the policy, but we'd have to work. That would be some detail that we'd have to get into through inspections with the fire chief and building inspection staff to ensure that the facility was safe. But my understanding is the owner is moving forward with improvements to bring that building up to code with respect to the exiting.
Okay, thank you. I would note that we have a number of vacant properties in this community, and I know for building owners of those properties, it may not be feasible for them to be doing updates to buildings for short-term programs while we wait for the Salvation Army to get their rebuild done. But if there's leeway, that's going to be how we're going to get people indoors to have a meal, especially in these miserable months. Nothing like eating breakfast on the sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Just doing the math, that works out to almost $42,000 a person for their breakfasts. That's a lot of money. We could actually house the 150 people for that amount of money. So I'm really struggling with this, that we're looking at spending that much money per person for a breakfast program. you know, because it's 420,000 people for only 100 people that are using the program, 42,000 per person. So I'm really struggling with that. And I know, well, no, you know, it works out to that, whether you include wages or not. That's what the proportion is for those 100 people of those dollars that it's going towards. That's a lot of money. And for something that really is not a municipal responsibility. So I'm really, really struggling with this, and I understand people need food, but you know, maybe it's time we start putting pressure back on where it belongs with it, which is the feds in the province. Like, I think a lot of our taxpayers are struggling to even put food on their table, and we're not giving them $42,000 back. We're actually taking money from them, so I'm really struggling with this. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong, you're as bad at your math today as I was the other day at the RDN. I said it was going to generate revenue of 300 to 600,000. It was 26,000 to 46,000. 100 people at 429,000 is 4,290 per person. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Through your worship, for the current distributed breakfast model, it works out to be about $11.70 per breakfast meal with the model that we're operating right now. I think it's important to note that the distributed model, which we say in the report, is expensive because we're actually funding 2 sets of staff, you know, as supplies for both organizations. Option 2 is for up to $429,000, and ideally, if we're moving folks into an indoor location, we wouldn't have a distributed model. So ideally, it would be less expensive than the current model.
Thank you, Councillor Eastmere, Councillor Hemmons, and Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. Through you, what is the precedent when council sends a letter to the minister directly? My expectation, and I could be completely wrong on this, was that we would receive some kind of direct correspondence back from their office.
Your Worship, that would be our expectation and hope. Sometimes these things take longer than we wish, but I think, and Ms. Wood, I think accurately articulated this morning the feedback we had in direct conversations with our MLA and the minister, that there would be a letter coming and this would be the content of it. So we followed up based on that, but at this point we have not received a written response.
Okay, yeah, I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed not getting direct contact back from the minister on this, given that we sent the letter back in September. And I am also really struggling with this because my intention when I originally brought the motion forward to continue the funding for this meal program was that it would be an interim thing and that we would try to find some longer, more sustainable solutions. So I don't think funding this program for an entire year is a good expenditure of our money at all, especially with what you're saying with hearing from people with lived experience that what would actually benefit them would be a drop-in space where they can access food and other supports as needed and just a dry place to be. So I think the meal program is really like the most downstream of all approaches to dealing with this. So if pivoting this money so that we can keep a warming/cooling space open consistently throughout the year and provide that space for people, and then figure out a way to bring some food into that space. Because I think there is food available, especially with like loaves and fishes, but the problem for a lot of people is that they don't have any place to cook it, or can't even access it if they don't have ID, right? So, yeah, and then the other thing was that yesterday I ran into the executive director of the systems planning organization, Mr. McCormick, and he said that this topic came up yesterday at the board meeting, and I think Ms. Brinkman, you were in that meeting. I'm wondering if you can give a little bit of insight on what the conversation was like at that table.
Through your worship, to Councillor Eastmere. So at the October SBO board meeting, we did advise the board that by the end of December, the city's funding towards the breakfast meal program would end, and that there would be a gap for meal service in the community. And so the topic came up again at yesterday's board meeting, and I let them know that this was being presented to council, this report with 3 options for consideration of funding in 2024. And at that time, the SBO board offered to provide input into the process, and if council wishes. And so that's something that staff can do, depending on an option that's chosen. We can reach out to the SBO for their input on next steps.
Okay, thank you. I think I was under the impression from the last conversation we had on this that this SPO was going to have been brought into this conversation already. So it did surprise me a little bit that he was like, oh, we're here as a resource if you need us. And I'm like, what do you mean? I thought we were already talking to you, and was really hopeful that that the group had already weighed in. So, and I think if the feedback that comes back from them is anything like the warming center report we got, it's a lot of the information that we already have. So I'm trying to I'm really trying to see my way through to how we can make sure that our money is going to a constructive thing. And how do other cities do it? Like, I know that there are cities that have drop-in spaces, like in Surrey, for example, where the doors are open and people can come in. Like, what are the operators doing that work, and how, like, do you have any insight on how other cities support that kind of work?
Through your worship, Councillor Eastmere, good timing on your question, because Lisa Brinkman and Darcy Arsman and I were able to go over and view some community centers over in the city of Vancouver and just see how they operated their drop-in centers. So we actually got to visit 3 locations and learn about the programming and stuff that they do. And so they do have a different model, but of course they also are a little bit different with their Vancouver Parks Board. But they do have some really good partnerships with BC Housing, where they operate a drop-in center just below a new SRO project. And so they do provide meals through there. They provide showers, laundry. So that's a shared funding model. And then the other 2 locations that provide, some really good basic needs services, but also arts and cultures, is funded by the city.
So, how can we work towards doing something similar?
Mr.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Eastmere's question. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with currently. It's a great question. What we're dealing with currently, obviously, in this report is addressing an immediate need, and we don't have. We're working with partners, BC Housing, for instance, to work towards supportive housing facilities and the other programs that they have to support shelter spaces. But with those, as well as Ms. Wood had mentioned, there's a need to provide other essential needs at those facilities. As Ms. Woods mentioned, there's, in other communities, there have been investments that support opportunities at those facilities to feed and provide services for folks that are unsheltered and not able to take advantage of the full use of the facility. Obviously, there's some challenges around managing the impacts of those facilities, but that's something that there's some learning that's going on there, and working with our partners in the province, and hearing back from if there was a stable stream of funding, obviously that's going to help the investments in facilities. Hopefully more than one facility, that would be very much helpful as well. So I don't know if that's a clear answer, but it's a longer term a solution. Unfortunately, what we're dealing with now is the immediate need.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm kind of dragging this into a completely different realm, but that's because they're so interconnected. So yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hemmens and Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate Councillor Eastmere's line of questioning. I'm on the fence on this one. I don't support option 3. I think running it for another 3 months and investing staff resources to just kind of, it feels like it's hobbling along, and I don't want to participate in seeing it hobble along any longer. So I'm debating between status quo and pulling that funding or another year. I'm not sure where I'm going to land. I have a few questions. You noted that the Reaching Home applications for funding only had one daytime resource center identified. Is that accurate? Or no, sorry, no daytime resource centers were funded, but were any identified by the community of providers saying that's something we could and would like to do?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Hemmens, I wasn't part of the process of, or part of that CAB meeting where they talked about developing the application. I know that the Reaching Home CAB did provide us a list with recommended projects to identify, who would be successful, and there were no applications that they actually received for a drop-in center.
Okay, I think this goes to highlight kind of that perennial issue that we're just always dealing with, that the sector is so underfunded and people are competing with these tiny pockets of money, and we're infusing it potentially with $500,000 for food, but really no kind of structure around how we can sustain that. So we're going to make a decision later in the morning around bundled positions, and I'm curious, this is a lot of work on our social planning staff. Has there been any consideration to increasing the human resources in that department? If council decides to fund this program for another year and issue a EOI, that's going to be significant time resources, I imagine. So any comment there?
Your Worship, I think since I've taken on this role, I've had the opportunity to meet, with all city departments and talk with each council member individually. I think there's a number of areas in the community, in the organization where we could use extra resources, and I plan to come back to council in the very near future and talk about how my proposal and how we address some of those areas, this being one of them, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's obvious to me that we have to get people eating indoors, obvious. I don't know how we're going to resolve that. To Councillor Eastmere's point of pivoting the money, so can we repurpose $500,000 to do that kind of community overarching thing where the community decides, the community gets behind it, it's sustainable? I don't think we can pivot that money. And I guess my final point, and again, I'm not sure where I'm landing on this, that the problem with taking a hard line with the province and the feds on this is that they're just not showing up. And so it's us or it's nobody. It's people eating or not eating. And for me, I can get ethereal about that and strategic about it, but fundamentally that doesn't feel right. So I'm curious to hear what other people say. I'm right on the fence on this one. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
I think Councillor Gesselbrock was before me, sorry.
Councillor Gesselbrock after you.
Oh, good, thank you. A question through you again to Ms. Wood, if I could. The paragraph that starts, to date, the Salvation Army and the 710 Club Society have not been able to secure other funding to extend the breakfast meal program after December 31st. Now, Councillor Manley made a good point that some of the organizations that we see on that attachment A do have some other funding, but the Salvation Army and the 710 Club Society were not able to secure funding. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, Councillor Hemmens, you said it. I mean, people not eating makes me absolutely crazy. Just the thought that people go without food. It's in this country, with all the wealth that this country has. But we have other organizations that are doing the work of providing food. To me, yes, definitely come inside and have a meal, absolutely. But you know, just even delivering food to people is so important. It's just food, however you get it, is so important. And yet we're wanting to fund this organization and not necessarily some of the other ones. So they're expected to go out and get their own funding through other sources. But we're prepared to put our money into this. And that's where I have the problem with this. I can't get over the fact that, so we're going to help the organization that was not able to secure funding, but while the other organizations, the other 7 organizations that have gone out and gotten funding, but we're not helping them. It just feels so unfair to me. I'm, like Councillor Hemmings, I'm really struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gusselbrock and Councillor Manley.
Thanks. Couple comments. One, I think we're going to put out an expression of interest to see who could provide a meal program for January 2024. So that would open it up to whomever to apply. Is that correct?
Through your worship, to Councillor Gusselbrock, yeah, option 2 would extend the current distributed breakfast meal program to March 31st, but then we would launch an EOI in January to identify other service providers who may be able to provide an indoor breakfast meal program.
Okay, great. And so that we'd be looking for that solution to have an indoor breakfast meal program, which is a bit of a transition to sort of a longer term solution to an indoor facility. I think just sort of on the broader picture that Councillor Eastmere is speaking to, I think, you know, from the tables that I've sat at very briefly at the NCAB and that, I think there's a need for a daytime resource center. And I think, you know, if council clearly stated that we want to see this happen and are ready to commit funds, and maybe we have to redirect some of our capital funding to making this happen. I think it's a needed facility, and I think that, you know, if we commit to it, it's going to attract funding from other areas, and we just need to make it happen. And so I think that's something that council needs to consider seriously and entertain. I think option 2, there's this need and there's a gap, nobody's filling it. I do think we need to step forward, and I think if we go option 2, I think that sets up our staff to look at these longer term solutions and have the space to work on them, as opposed to, you know, just having to renew EOIs every 3 months to keep addressing sort of the acute need. I'm really looking forward to Mr. Lindsay's coming forward about additional resourcing for the social planning department, because I think that there's a lot of demands being requested upon them, and I think we do need to up resourcing there. And then speaking to Councillor Armstrong's issues, you know, with having to be funding these sorts of things and the gap and lack of participation from the, you know, federal and provincial government on it and funding, I think that, you know, with any funding that our city commits to this, I think that part and parcel, we do need to have, you know, in parallel, strong communication and advocacy around the fact that we're having to step into this space in the absence of any real progress and action from our senior levels of government, and make that strong, almost in the sense of like a shaming that we're stuck on it. And I think, you know, the more that our community understands that we're being drawn into a situation that's not getting properly addressed, it's not an immediate solution, but we slowly build the case, which, you know, at federal and provincial elections, the community is aware and votes accordingly to find sort of longer term solutions. So I think that if we do go forward with option 2, that needs to be added to our advocacy arsenal and our messaging and our communication going forward, that we're having to move into these areas. And lastly, I think, you know, there is a redevelopment happening potentially at the Salvation Army, and I think that some information about this needs to come to council, so that potentially there are opportunities where we can support in some way the creation of these daytime youth centers that we potentially need in areas, and look strategically of maybe the location of where the Salvation Army is redeveloping, or you what actually goes there, and look to see if there's opportunities to sort of meet our longer term objectives with that. And I think that there is an opportunity there, and I'd like something to come to council around that. Thank you. And so I definitely support option 2, with looking forward of like really having council nail down what do we want to commit to find sort of a longer term solution to the sort of like ongoing issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manley, and then Councillor Hemmons, and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Keeping in mind that we're at 10 o'clock and we have a long agenda yet, please. Not reference to you, Councillor Manley. You've been very good this morning.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that recognition. I'm just going to ask through you, Ms. Woods, to help me jog my memory. So we got $851,000 from Reaching Home. That's after the money that's dedicated that is required. I think it was 1.06 million, and we had to dedicate money towards the integrated coordinated action. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when the discussion happened around the table at the NCAB, this 851,000 was basically, we could spend that on one resource center to staff it properly, provide the resources that are needed, and all of the other organizations that were applying for that money would not receive any funding. Is that basically correct?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Manley, that was some of the discussion that happened, exploring, the high cost of running something like that and the limited funds that would be available for other programming.
And the applications for this $850,000 basically requested about double what was there, but it didn't, that categories within the application process, things that could go, the Reaching Home funds could go to, were completely eliminated, such as capital funding for more homes, et cetera. Is that correct?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Manley, I don't have the total amount of requested funds. I do know, and I think we've talked at this council table before about Reaching Home and how, like you said, they divide between the different types of area, and capital being one of them. And locally here, they didn't assign any funds to capital because it's such a small amount.
Yeah, we couldn't buy a house for that. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not a question, a comment. Similar vein, when we were developing the Health and Housing Action Plan, there was consideration given to, we have a reserve that this food money is actually being pulled from for a daytime resource center, and we brought that back to the table of the Health and Housing Task Force, which included all of the people that it included. And the final say there was that we just simply don't have the resources to do it, and to do it halfway would be a terrible mistake. And so I just want to surface that's been on the radar of the city for a number of years. We actually have a little reserve fund for it. That's what we're pulling the food money for. But if we want to reinvestigate that, I think that would be worthwhile. Just know that it's going to be a very expensive proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I'm going to be supporting this as, spending the last 2 nights, deep in the budgets, going through all the reserves and just the cost of things over the last 18 months. And, using all sorts of different reserves to top up a project here, to fund an item here, in emergency where, we're going to need shelter space and stuff like that. And, undoubtedly all decisions that had to be made. But if you start to take a look at the overall picture, is that these reserve funds are depleting faster, significantly faster than any sort of income or coming into them. And on something like what that sort of triggers or begs the question for me is if that is the case, then we need to be far more tactical with any expenditures out of those reserves. And this is undoubtedly a tough decision, and it's very unfortunate that we didn't even receive an answer back from the appropriate ministry. But with that said, I'm not sure it's a tactical application of limited resources, especially coming from a reserve where they're not being replenished at a rate would make me confident that, okay, yes, let's open that up a little bit here for that case. It's just I guess what it essentially comes down to is I'm not seeing it as a tactical or strategic application of utilizing those limited funds to try to improve this situation structurally. So I'm very doubtful I'll vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you. I apologize, Your Worship, for prolonging this, but Councillor Brown inspired me with his comments, and I want to acknowledge that I value his comments on this because I agree with them, and I think it is, in my opinion, not a tactical good use of our money. I also am very concerned about the extent to which we find ourselves continually drawing upon various reserves, and at the same time, we are facing a crunch when it comes to tax levy time, where we don't want to further impose burden on our citizens. So I just struggle with option 2 because to me it is not the best use of a fair amount of money, and it really, in my mind, is simply further enabling an unsatisfactory situation. It's providing a crutch instead of forcing responsibility where it lies. And I think that's what we need to do. And it might involve taking what seems to be a hard line, but that's my opinion. So I will not be supporting option 2 if we discuss it further. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We will, Councillor Eastmere, we will be coming to the motion later in the morning, but go ahead.
That was my question. I was wondering if we're...
Yes, it's in the addendum.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to get my 2 cents worth in here, just a couple of things. I am mindful of what Mackenzie King, the longest-serving Prime Minister, once said: why do something by halves if you can do it by quarters? So you know where I'm leaning. And the second thing is, what's the point of having the SPO if we're going to spend a great deal of time talking about numerous programs that provide meals in the community without getting some comment or direction or advice or assistance from the SPO? But I'll leave it at that. We are on to thank you. We're on to presentations now, which include relevant motions. Thank you very much to staff this morning. Appreciate it. The 2024-2028 revised draft financial plan. Ms. Mercer.
Thank you, Your Worship. So today's presentation will start with a recap of what's in the draft financial plan, and then we'll go through all of the decision slides one by one. So we also have some updates to the draft plan since we last presented last week, and I'll go through those changes in detail over the next few slides. So our revised property tax increase is now 1% for general asset management reserve, so there's no change there, and a 5.6% for a general tax increase. So this is increased by approximately 0.2%, and I'll go through the changes that make up this increase in a moment. Just a reminder, we are still waiting for updated rates for all of our extended health benefits, pension rates, EI and CPP. So those rates will be included for final, as we won't have time to include those for provisional budget. And again, the projected tax increases do not include any of the business cases, as we'll be discussing those for inclusion in a little bit. There were no changes to the percentage increases for water, sewer, and sanitation user fees since we last presented. So they're 4% increase for sewer, 6% for water, and a 3.2% increase for sanitation user fees. So based on an assessed value of $808,873 for a typical house in Nanaimo, a homeowner would pay a total of $2,821 and in 2024, and that represents a $174 increase over 2023 for a 6.6% increase. So that is a $4 increase from the last presentation. Water fees would go up $28, sewer fees would go up $6, and sanitation fees would go up $7. None of those have changed since our last presentation. So the overall increase for taxes and user fees would be $215. And that, of course, that's before any homeowner grant was claimed. So a summary of the changes that were made between last week and now. The first item is management consulting, and that has increased by $100,000. So council approved the budget increase to use a consultant to aid in some contract negotiations. So that was an increase there. Wages and benefits increased by $31,538, as there were 4 position conversions completed to more adequately resource departments. And the total cost of those changes was $31,538. And the accumulation of some smaller changes totaled $123,345. And 3 of the biggest changes there were we reduced casino revenues to reflect what we've received in 2023 to date. So we have received less casino revenue than we had budgeted for. So we've adjusted the 2024 budget down to reflect that trend. Our taxes in lieu of license revenue has decreased as well. We now have all our information from the 4 organizations that we get those from, and the total is less than we had originally anticipated, so we reduced that revenue down. And lastly, we increased our fire fleet rate as the fleet replacement costs have significantly increased, so we had to increase our fleet rates. So those are the kind of the 3 big drivers of that $123,000 change. So all of these items net to an increase of $254,883, and that brings the revised draft property tax increase to 6.6%. There were some other changes that did not have a tax impact, and those are listed here. So we had some changes to projects. So we added the final 2 years of the Building Safer Communities grant that was awarded and the cost associated with that. So the grant came in, the costs were recorded, and there was no impact to taxation. We increased the budget to reflect the actual purchase price of the 2 fire apparatus that we are going out to market for, and funding comes from the Equipment Depreciation Fund, so there's no tax impact there. As well, the Growing Communities Fund allocations were added based on the motion from the October 18th Finance and Audit Committee meeting, and that motion allocated $10,665,000 to the Design Commercial Project, the Maffeo Sutton Park washrooms, the South End Community Center land purchase, and the Westwood Lake Park improvements Phase 2. As that motion came after we had built the draft budget, we had to include them for provisional. The next item that changed is the expected revenues and expenditures.
Councillor Manley has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just talking about the Growing Community Reserve Fund and the Commercial Street project. When we were discussing this the other day, it was the timeline for finishing the Commercial Street project was unknown, and just want to express concerns about the businesses on Commercial Street, in particular the restaurants and the patios. And I'm wondering what the cost implications of putting this project off so that it can start in the fall of next year and roll through the winter time and be ready for the patio season in April of 2025. Because I am worried about the businesses, and I'm worried in particular about those restaurants. We do not need to lose restaurants in our downtown core at this time.
I think that's a very timely comment, Councillor Manley, and I must say, and I don't wish to sound negative about the state of the world and the economy, but candidly, if the economy winds down in accordance with most of the economic prognostication, I would expect that construction costs will probably diminish as well and may well be a timely consideration. Thank you. Yeah. Ms. Mercer may wish to answer as well, or someone at Mr. Sims, but.
Your Worship, I think it's a good thing to consider because we've got a tight timeline on the project. And that represents a risk. And when you put that risk forward, you constrain a contractor. They're going to build that into their pricing. If there's an opportunity to delay until after the summer, then that's the possibility to actually, it's hard to predict, of course, but to take the pressure off the constraints and less overtime, The downside, of course, is you're going into darker weather and worse weather, but if there's less pressure on the contractor, then the potential is there for better pricing. Certainly staff have pulled out all of the stops to get this project built and ready for the summer night market season. It's been a tremendous effort to do that, and believing that that's been council's desire and you know, that would be a success. I think we'd all appreciate that as a success. But at the same time, I think if a constrained project creates hardship for a number of businesses, there's you know, that's certainly a strong consideration. So thanks for bringing it up, Councillor Manley.
Yeah, I really see the need for this project. You just need to walk down Commercial Street and see how many bricks are loose and the roots popping everything up. And it's not just a tired look; it's a beat up look, and somewhat dangerous to have so many loose bricks kicking around, and tripping hazards. But I do really want to ensure that if this project does go forward, that those restaurants can open their patios in April when the weather warms up, and if not, they may be in serious trouble. And I would hate to lose restaurants in our downtown core right now. So I will seek staff's advice on this, about whether this can actually be done in this winter season or not, with those considerations in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Before I get to Councillors Eastmer, Armstrong and Thorpe.
Your Worship, I was just going to add that Mr. Sims and I have already been having discussions as recently as yesterday about this specific project and timing. I would say right now we're looking at putting options in place to allow it to move to the fall for other reasons. The patios are certainly one, but other reasons. What I would say is, regardless if the project happens in the spring or happens in the fall, you know, there's going to be disruption to the businesses in there. Our staff have worked very closely with all the businesses along Commercial Street, kept them up to date through this, and we'll do very best efforts, whether this project starts in January or starts in September. It'll still probably hit the shoulder season of our patio season, but we'll make best efforts to work with our businesses downtown to minimize the impact for sure.
Councillor Eastmer.
Yes, further to Councillor Manley's comments, I think we're also seeing a little bit of construction fatigue for the businesses on commercial because of what's happening on terminal right now. So people are avoiding it as best as they can, and you know, not making that turn on to commercial because of the construction there. And just the way that Mr. Rose was saying, you know, if at all possible, we'll have it open for night market. Like, I don't want to do anything to jeopardize the beginning of that market, and just the way that we've seen projects go, they tend to take longer than we expect. So would it require a motion for us to change the timing of that project? And
Your Worship, I was mentioning we've already had these discussions internally, and I think for other reasons we're looking at giving ourselves the option to have it start in the fall already. So I don't think we need any information from council. I appreciate the input, and it reflects much of the thinking that we're having internally right now. So we do not need a motion, but appreciate it.
Cool. Well, I'd like us to just be able to formalize that decision so that we can communicate to the community that that project won't be starting this fall, and whether, does that potentially free up some of the funding that we've allocated for that?
I'll let Ms. Mercer jump in. If you recall, the funding for this expanded phase 1 came from our a grant, which we have requirements on when we have to spend the money. So my expectation is we will continue to use that grant funding for this project. I think it would still fit within the timeline. So, you know, it would not necessarily free up that money for other projects if council's intent remains to do that. We do have a tender out right now for this project, so we need to be a little bit sensitive of how we do amendments and the timing of which we do amendments to it. But no, I don't believe there'd be any. It would directly result in, maybe Ms. Mercer will jump in here.
Ms. Mercer.
Through your worship to Councillor Eastmer. So you have 5 years to spend the Growing Communities Fund. So as long as the project is finished within that, before March 31st, 2028, the funding is still available.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
And Councillor Thorpe.
Through you, I'll just express my support for deferring this project, and I appreciate the comments of Mr. Lindsay. I also am hearing, as Councillor Manley and others have, from downtown businesses on commercial that are experiencing fatigue, as Councillor Eastmere indicated, and I think we need to make sure that we don't interfere with the summer season and the patio season as much as possible, and mitigate also as much as possible any disturbance to our downtown businesses, and I heard Mr. Lindsay acknowledge that. So my only question, Your Worship, through you, if I may, to Mr. Sims, is are there any contractual obligations which would stop us or cause us to hesitate on deferring this project?
Your Worship, at this point, I'm not aware of any, I don't believe there's any contractual obligations that are requiring us to finish this. It's a matter of adjustment, and it'll be, there's always the juggling that we would need to do, but no contractual concerns. The contractual concerns come in after the tenders close, which they have not yet. But once the tenders close, now we've got an obligation to respond appropriately to the tenderers, the bidders. In this case, we're not at that stage yet.
All right, thank you very much. In that case, then I think staff is hearing the thoughts of council on this, and will proceed accordingly. Thanks.
Ditto, Councillor Thorpe, thank you. And Councillor Gesselbrock.
I just wanted to voice my support for delaying the project. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Mercer?
Thank you. So the next, one of the other changes that was made to the online accommodation platform funds. So the expected revenues and expenditures for 2024, based on the approved MRDT tactical plan, were added to the budget. So the revenues and expenses offset one another, so there's no impact. As well, there were some temporary wages added to the water meter reading department, and that was funded through water user fees. So there are many items that staff will revisit before we bring back the final budget to you in the spring. So all of the items listed on this slide will be looked at and adjusted if necessary for final. So we won't have final growth numbers until March, and this could come in higher than the $1.2 million that we have budgeted. So hopefully that will bring down the tax increase as if we received more revenue. Our projections on interest we earn, as well as what we pay out, may change again for final. So staff will be looking at that if interest rates continue to fluctuate. We can look at moving out the start date of the 3 new RCMP members if their estimated arrival date is not April 1st. And of course, we would follow up with Superintendent Fletcher closer to final to determine when those officers would be arriving. There could be other changes to the contract as well. So for example, if the collective agreement negotiations are settled before May, this could have a significant impact on the contracted cost. As well, the IAFF contract expired at the end of 2022, and if a settlement was made before May, that could have an impact on the budget as well. We do budget a contingency for an expected settlement, but if it came in higher or lower, that would impact the budget. So the provisional budget is not the final budget you will approve, and as you can see, there are many things that can change between now and then. So now we will go through all of the business cases and other decision points for consideration. I will do a run through of all of the slides first, and then I'll come back to the first one, and then we can have detailed discussion on those, because this gives you an overview of everything that's coming, and then we'll go back and you can have discussion on them at that point. As well, staff are here to answer any questions you have on any of these items.
Ms. Robertson's thinking the same thing I am. I suspect that it's the break is scheduled for 10:30. It's now 10:25. Why don't we take the break before we start?
Good place to stop.
Yep. A longer session. Thank you. I'm seeing nodding heads and no loud protests, so let's do it serially then, one at a time. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, there are two notes that I will make about on the decision slide. So the costing of some of these business cases may change slightly when we get final benefit numbers. So they could slightly change when we receive final benefit information. And any position business case that the committee approves will have an increased effect on 2025 as well, because we have a delayed start in 2024. So for example, a position that has an April 1st start date will not have a full year costing in 2024. The remaining impact will be borne in 2025 when the position is budgeted for a full year. So all of those will have a slight impact on 2025. So our first item is the RCMP contract, and the next two slides speak to the options available here. So the 2024 through 2028 draft financial plan budgets the RCMP contract at 95% of the city's portion for all years, due to a history of vacancies and to minimize any annual operating surplus. So council could choose to lower the percentage for 2024 and then bring it back up to 95% for years 25 through 28. So option number 1 reduces the budget to 93% of the contract, and this reduces the property taxes by 0.54 approximately in 2024, and then when you move it back up to 95% in 2025, you will see an increase of approximately 0.5 in 2025. So,
Councillor Armstrong.
Could we even reduce it further to 91%, or is that too low in your estimation?
Option number 2, through your worship, option number 2 is to reduce it to 92%. Currently, on our last billing, the members level was lower than that. You run into a bit of risk in lowering. Like right now, given the challenges of getting new members, we think that maybe 93 and 92% we would be okay. But if anything changed, that might not be enough. Having said that, we do have a reserve, an RCMP contract reserve, that we could dip into if the contract came in over budget and surplus wasn't enough to cover it, we could dip into that reserve to cover any shortfall. But our comfort was 93 and 92 at this point.
Aren't they coming in around 88% though?
Yes. Yep. They had like 135.
Yeah, with the vacancies, because once they're off for 30 days, the province takes on the disability. So, yeah, that's why I'm just wondering, because that would bring if we went to 91%, wouldn't that bring us down a full percentage reduction?
So option 2 has it to 92%, and that is an approximate 0.8% reduction in 2024. So if you did it to 91%, that it would be almost, what's the difference of, it would be about 1%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hemmens, and then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship, and my apologies for process questions, which I probably missed. Do you want motions as we go?
Well, we've got, yes, we're going to do it one at a go, yes.
Okay, then I propose, well, I'd argue for option 3, status quo, no motion required. My rationale for that is probably going to be the same for any slide. Any increase that we see in 2025 worries me. We start at 7.3 next year, so while we might be able to see a reduction this year, which I think is really valuable and will feel good, next year is going to be quite painful. So I'm going to be very skeptical of anything that pushes tax increases into next year. Thank you.
We do have the option of looking at that percentage again next year, depending, but if we start getting a lot of members, if that member number goes up, then we have to look at, is 95 really is it the percentage that we should have, or can we bump it down again? So
I may not be that bright this morning, maybe it's a personal problem, but the effect of Councillor Hemmens' motion would be that we'd be budgeting for 95%.
Yes, and no, that's no change. Yeah, that's currently what the budget is set at, so there would be no impact.
As
either.
opposed to voting for reductions outlined in options
Yes.
1 and 2.
Yes.
Ms. Robertson?
Thank you, Worship. I might suggest, if it's okay with Ms. Mercer, that even if there are options number 3 that say no motion required, that there still be a motion to have status quo, because these do have to move forward to council, so they need to further be debated at that time. So if there is an option 3 status quo, council could make a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion, Your Worship.
Is there a seconder? Doesn't appear so, Councillor Hemmens. Oh,
Nailing it.
Councillor Manley, thank you. Go ahead, you wish to speak
I think
to it?
I've provided my rationale. I'm amenable to hearing more about the reserve. I'm amenable to understanding how we have our budget accurately reflect the number of members we have. My deep reservation comes into any reduction that we see this year, without us coming back to this exact conversation next year, will result in that increase next year when we are at 1% higher than this year. So that's my argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
Well, I disagree with Councillor Hemmens. In my 30-some years plus, I never ever saw 95% used, ever, maybe closer to 90%. I have no problems because the 0.5% increase for next year is still going to be less than 95% now anyhow. Like if we did 92%, it's going to still bring us up to where we were, so it's not from 92%, it's not going to be that big a difference. I think the savings now is important because I think inflation is coming this year, and I think there's going to be some heat on the government to drop some other stuff, so I don't think the inflation will be as bad in next year. Hopefully I'm wrong, I'm right. So for me, I was actually looking at dropping it to the 92% because based on my information, knowing that we're never ever at 90% full staff capacity, I think that citizens would benefit from that 0.8% reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley and then Councillor Gesselbrook.
I know I seconded this, but I'm still torn, actually. So if the funds aren't used, it goes into a reserve fund, is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Manley, last year, and the surplus from the RCMP contract went into the reserve, and then we would recommend that again this year.
And where does that reserve stand now? That's the reserve that we're going to use for the union potential pay increase as well. And how is that reserve sitting? Is it in a good position, or do we need to continue to add?
I can give that to you in about 2 seconds.
Okay.
There's about 2.738. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is it that we anticipate that we'll need for the union agreement? We have no idea, I guess.
I have no idea at this point, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock, are you?
Yeah. Just my question. So when we budget for more than what we actually have in terms of officers, does that money of surplus go into the reserve?
Yes. It goes into the reserve.
And what level is that reserve at?
About 2.74 million.
Okay. So like, so every 3 percentage points is about $1 million? Like say like if we're...
$1,375,000 is 1% of taxes.
Oh, I just meant in terms of like, so for multiple years, we've been below how much we've been spending on the RCMP. So I imagine our reserve has been built up over that time.
You go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrook, the reserve has built up over the years, but we've also spent money from the reserve. We had the last contract settlement, which was significantly more than we had set aside based on the information we had received from E-Division. As well, we tapped into that reserve for some of the work that we're doing regarding the police station expansion.
Okay, and just a follow-up question. In terms of contract settlements, the majority of that is dealt with. Like, do we see any large draws on the reserve in the next couple of years?
through your worship, to Council Gesselblock, I suspect that this reserve will be heavily drawn on when the contract is finally settled. At this point, I don't know. We accrue an amount each year based on information we've received from E-Division, plus we try to pack in a little bit more because we know that their estimate is usually low. So I suspect this reserve will be heavily relied upon once that contract is settled.
Okay. Right. So we don't really have that much of a cushion in there. I mean, I'm leaning towards supporting this, but I'm just curious, yeah, sort of like how much cushion we have in that reserve, and if we're going to be draining it and we're not going to be contributing as much to it. Thanks.
Councillor Armstrong?
Just for staffs, first of all, thank them for all the work they did to keep our reserves high, because we didn't get hit like a lot of communities did. But just for your information, I just saw Vancouver settled at 4.5%, so I'm sure that will be a baseline number. Thank you.
Councillor Hammonds again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do we have a sense over the last 10 years how often we've been at 95%? Can I have some historical?
Never.
Yep.
Never.
Through your worship, to Councillor Hemmons. So in 2016, we were at 95%, and we dropped to...
Thank you, Ms. Mercer. I heard different answers at this table.
Banana wrong, you're right.
And then in 2017, 18, and 19, we were at 92%. And then for 2020, 21, and 22, we were at 95. And then for 2023, it was dropped down to 92% again. So we've been a little bit bouncing around between 92 and 95.
I'm sorry, I think there was a misunderstanding in my question. I'm curious how often we've drawn on the 95%, not how often we've set it at 95%, in which case I think these guys are right. We've never drawn on 95% of our resources for the RCMP.
Yeah, we have been over budget on every year except a couple, but surplus was enough to cover that overage. So we've never had to dip into any reserves to cover it.
So we've used surplus to support the budget. We have a healthy amount, 2.7 in reserves, but we have a bill coming our way that we have no idea what it's going to look like.
Yes, that's correct.
So for me, that's just reinforcing my position that we need to hold steady on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe?
Thanks, Your Worship. I waited till the last second.
Under the wire.
Yeah, perhaps my memory is faulty. I don't recall in my experience us ever needing the 95% budgeting limit. And that being the case, if we continue to, or if we choose to budget at 95%, we are deliberately taxing people more for something that we strongly suspect we won't need. And I appreciate the idea of reserves and their necessity. But I just don't think realistically we need to budget this high, and I take the expertise of Councillor Armstrong to heart on this. I would be more inclined to look at option 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor that we not change the percentage. Status quo. All those in favor? Councillors Eastmere, Hemmons, Manley, and those opposed? Sorry?
I'm in favor, Ben.
He's in favor of the motion.
In favor, too.
In favor. And Councillor Brown?
In favor.
In favor. And those opposed? Councillors Armstrong, Mayor Krog, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Perino. Motion carries. Status quo it is. On to number 2, Ms. Mercer.
Okay, get the clicker working. Okay, so the next 2 slides relate to the 3 options regarding the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation. So the proposed budget in the 2024 to 2028 draft financial plan totals $412,692. The corporation is requesting an increase to $635,850 for 2024. So in addition to this, they are requesting an inflationary increase in 2025 and 2026. So your options here are, option number one is to increase the base budget to $635,850 in 2024 and have a 2% increase in 2025 and 2026 with funding coming from the general revenue. So that is an approximately a 0.16% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.1% increase in both 2025 and 2026. Option number two is to increase the 2024 base budget to $515,850 with funding coming from general revenue. So that's an approximately a 0.08% increase in 2024. And the estimated unused funds from 2023 are approximately $120,000. So the combination of the increase for 2024 plus the $120,000 that will be carried forward from 2023 will get them to a $635,850 budget for 2024. This option does not include any additional increases for 2025 to be considered at this point. And option number three is your status quo. You leave the budget at $412,692 and wait for a permanent executive director to select and provide an increase if necessary at that time. So I'll turn it back over to you for discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as the appointee to Prosperity, I want to just share my conflict with the group over this. I'm leaning towards option 2, perhaps option 3. My question for staff is the carryover of $120,000. That would happen if we went with status quo option 3. Like, that's never compromised. So if our base budget is 412, next year it's 500 and however much with that additional carryover. Okay. I'd be curious to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the presentation from Prosperity and the ask. I will share that I wouldn't support the first option. I think the group is just getting on its feet. We're in the process of hiring a CEO. We're in that recruitment process right now. There's some really promising candidates. But I don't see the corporation being at a maturity level where we would just increase its budget by that much. So yeah, curious to hear from my colleagues on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, then Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, Councillor Hemmings covered that well. I certainly would not support option number 1. The increase of 16% is way too high to consider. And I mean, it's unreasonable, particularly because this organization is so young, just getting into getting a new, hopefully long-term executive director. I wouldn't support it, but I would consider option 2. I just one question through you, Your Worship. By going with option number 2 to bring it to $515,850, you said that what was held over from 2023 would go then into that as well. Is that correct? It's just that it's not written that way. That's why I'm wondering, you know, you're increasing the base from 412 to 515, but what you're saying is that it would in fact go over to 635.
Yes. So you'd have your increase, and that would increase it to 515.
Right.
And then they would have the additional $120,000 that they didn't spend in 2023, and they would be able to use that in 2024. So that would get them to their 635.
And status quo would be simply to keep them at the 412 with the extra.
And then they would have another
to 515. Okay, I'm wrestling between option 2 and option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe and Councillor Armstrong.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm not sure I can add too much to the conversation because I agree with the thoughts of Councillors Hemmons and Perino on this. I would not support option number 1. although I certainly do, and I want to make it clear, support the concept of the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation. I think it's going to be very important as we move ahead with our city and its financial base. But to me, it's just too early days in this corporation to start to look at a substantial funding increase and, in fact, add on for the next couple of years. So I'm torn between option 2 and option 3, and I can be persuaded to either of those. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Manley.
I actually wanted to move option 3, just for the simple fact, we need to see some results first. From my perspective, before we start doing some increases, I want to see what happens. We don't even have a CEO in place that's going to stay. We know that we're looking for a new one, so yeah, so mine would be no motion. No, she wants motions, but I would be to remain with status quo would be my motion, but I'll wait till after Councillor Manley speaks.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
I was just going to second Councillor Armstrong. So I'll move option 3. And I think, like, we had a really good presentation. I'm excited about some of the initiatives that are happening, but I just, sharing the same concerns I've heard around the table, that it's a young organization. There is overflow from 2023 that's going into 2024, and I think that gives an opportunity to get the engines revved up and ready to go, and we can look at an increase in the following year.
Thank you very much, and I realize that I will be completely the odd person out on this issue this morning, but I have no trouble taking that position, and who knows, maybe I can persuade and suggest to some of you that this is the wrong approach. But I'm going to let Councillor Gesselbrock go first.
Thanks. I definitely appreciate the tentativeness to provide more funding to this organization. I think that we do really need to see some results and to see how it's going to support the economic development of the community. Economic development is important. We also invested a lot of money and time into getting this organization developed. And going. And we had a presentation from the interim executive director, who's a lot of experience in these matters, and expressed that there's needed more funding to actually make this organization effective. And so, I'd hate to withhold funding for what's needed to attract an executive director that will be taking the reins, that is qualified enough to make some productive action, and also to provide the funding required for this organization to have an impact. And so I'm concerned if we don't provide the funding, we'll be creating a stranded asset, and basically all the effort and money that we've already put into it has gone to waste, and we won't see the results we want, more because we're not putting the energy behind it. And I'm all for evaluating the effectiveness of this organization once it gets going, and I have no problem pulling funding if it's not contributing the way that it does, but I'm not going to, allow something to be dead in the water. So before it even gets going. So I'm not supportive of not providing the funding, and I think at the very least we need to consider option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. I must confess I'm somewhat surprised at Council's attitude about this, which I think has been articulated quite well by all of you this morning. Let me throw out this suggestion. A Prosperity Corporation, Economic Development Corporation, these are institutions that exist in virtually every community of every size everywhere in the country. They do not produce results in the first year, sometimes not the second or even the third or fourth year. If I were considering taking on this position, and this is a crucial position and you need the right person, I would be looking at what Council's probably going to do today and say, well, there's a nice parsimonious council that's not really prepared to get behind this in the way that it's serious. To me, what is being proposed is, yes, we want the house built, but we really don't want to pay for the windows or the doors necessarily. So we'll get the basic structure there, and we'll see how it goes. This is the kind of commitment you have to make that is serious, that speaks to the confidence of council and the community in the importance of the Prosperity Corporation. Quite candidly, I was going to suggest option 1, and indeed I thought we were being a little parsimonious there. Historically, to have something successful, if I remember Mr. Corson's words the other day, basically you'd be talking at a budget more like $1 million annually, and you would do it right. This is not the kind of thing where you can do it in, as I teasingly said earlier, doing something by halves, why not do it by quarters? This isn't that kind of arrangement. You need to go, if I can use the phrase, whole hog, and I'm sure that'll excite the media. You need to go whole hog on this one and be serious about it, or we shouldn't be doing it at all, quite candidly. It's not going to, you're not going to see results when we come to evaluate it after a year. I think it will be virtually impossible for whoever is hired to run this to point to something tangible. It takes a while. And so I will be voting against the motion on the floor. I appreciate that I will be the odd person out, but I'm quite happy with that position because I'm confident, based on the experience in this community and what I've seen in other communities, that frankly it's the correct position. So, all those in favor of the motion? Councillors Armstrong? Status quo. Ms. Robertson?
Maybe just to reiterate what the motion would say would be that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council retain the base budget for the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation at $412,692 for the 2024-2028 financial plan.
Thank you. All those in favor, status quo, Councillors Armstrong, Thorpe, Manley, Brown, and those opposed, Councillors Eastmere, Hemmens, Mayor Krogh, Perino, and Gesselbrock. Defeated. So, anyone care to make another motion?
We have a speakers list.
Councillor Hemmens?
I'll move option 2, that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council increase the base budget for Nanaimo Prosperity Corp from $412 to $515 for the 24-28 financial plan.
Seconded, Councillor Perino.
If I may, I found your words very moving and applicable, and I would argue that it could be said of other things, such as the SPO. If we're really going to do things really well, they need to be funded really well. So I would just be curious about our attachment to prosperity over other entities that we've created. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, then Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I also appreciated your words. And from past experience, economic development can be very successful. It can also not do what we had always hoped. The reason why I am in favor of option 2 is that it gives them enough with the increase that they'll get from the 2023 year to bring them up considerably. And this is their first year with their new ED. So they'll be just figuring out, how to get the office up and going, where the washrooms are. That first year is the tough part. As soon as they get through that, I'm certainly willing to look at an increase for next year, but that'll be discussed then.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you. I really, really struggled with this one. And being a newer councillor coming into this, where I was not part of the council that created neither the Systems Planning Organization or the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, I've struggled with the decision to set those organizations up, even though I believe that the work that they're doing is really, really important. And it is early days for both of the organizations. So for me, supporting this increase is a show of faith in the intention that led to the organization of these corporations. And for the Prosperity Corporation, I think, of course, the economic well-being of Nanaimo is super important, and I'm happy to see that they want to create a strategy around our donut economics, making sure that we're growing in a sustainable way. And I'm hopeful that the Prosperity Corporation will look at how they can help the businesses that are already here continue to flourish in Nanaimo, so that it's not always an outward-facing thing of who can we attract to Nanaimo, because we have a lot of good things really already going for us here. So I'm going to be looking for how they can help bolster the work that's already happening here. For example, with our local food scene, and we have like an amazing indoor farmers market all year round right now, and that kind of local economic well-being and drivers is something that's really important. So I'm supporting this increase as a show of faith, and I just really want to see this succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and your words have inspired me. I agree. I think, you know, we do have somebody as in an interim executive director who is very skilled and knowledgeable and has experience working in this community. And I think if there are good candidates coming forward, we're going to see some results over time. And it is important to have you know, somebody that's driving economic growth, you know, good growth, value-added growth into the community. And I was excited about some of the things that were discussed at the presentation, and I'm also excited about things that have been done in the past by Mr. Hansen around VIEA and his contribution to the community. So I do have faith that we will see some increased economic prosperity from this organization. So I will support this.
Thank you. If there's no further speakers, I'm going to be voting against this only because I'm still in favor of option 1. I think it's the right decision, and thank you, Councillor Manley, for reminding us of what Mr. Hansen had to say to us the other day. And I noted the presence of Janice Kroll and Richard Horbaczewski here, who believe and were working hard to make this success. So I'll be voting against it, but only because I believe option 1 is the correct option. So the motion is option 2. All those in favor? Councillors Eastmere, Hemmens, Thorpe, Perino, Manley, Brown, and Gesselbrock. And Councillor Armstrong's in favor, and those opposed? C'est moi. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Brown, you're opposed too?
Opposed.
Thank you. It's nice that I'm not alone in this.
For different reasons.
Ms. Mercer, please. That was wonderful debate.
Okay, so on to the next one. So we have some options available for increasing the operating budget given to the Nanaimo Area Land Trust, or NALT. So in September, the Finance and Audit Committee received a report on NALT's request to have their annual operating grant increased from $35,000 per year to $40,000. So the committee recommended that a request be considered during budget deliberations. So we're here today. So in addition to that, from their presentation at the budget meeting on Wednesday, NALT is also requesting an inflationary increase for years 2025 through 2028. So option number 1 is to approve a 5-year annual operating grant for the term of January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2028, based on a $40,000 amount for 2024 with a 2% annual increase for 2025 to 2028. So that would be funded from general revenue and has an approximate 0.004% increase for 2024. And option 2 is status quo, so the grant would stay at $35,000. However, the 5-year term will still apply as Council approved that on September 25th. So over to you for discussion.
Thank you very much. In order, Councillors Perino and Manley.
Your Worship, this is a very minimal ask, and to get the meeting moving along, I'm going to motion to accept option number 1.
Seconded, Councillor Manley.
And if I could just speak to it, Your Worship?
Please.
Just to say, as I say, it is very minimal. I wish that many other organizations were only asking for a 0.004% increase, so it's very doable.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
I'm just going to echo what Councillor Perino has said. It's a $5,000 increase, and NALT has added a lot of value to this community in terms of the advocacy, the research that they've done, adding to our park system through the work that they've done. I just appreciate the effort that they've made and the group of volunteers that they work with in creating things like Mount Benson Park, and it's a great value add, and it's a small ask, so very much in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I also value the contributions of NALT over the years. My only hesitation on this is that This organization also presents to the Regional District of Nanaimo and makes a similar request there, and I can't honestly recall what their request is for this year or if they've even made it yet, but I know they will. So seen as the Regional District of Nanaimo is comprised mainly of funding from Nanaimo, the City of Nanaimo, we're in effect being asked twice for this contribution, and that doesn't sit well with me. I would much prefer that they came to one organization or the other, made their necessary request, and let it be debated. So this, I don't like to use the term double dipping, but I feel that we're being requested twice, and I'm not sure that I can support that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong?
Well, I understand Councillor Thorpe's rationale. I have no problem supporting this because I think a lot of the work that NALT does outside of the region helps our city as well. So I do realize it is sort of like a double dip, but the money that they get from us here is used in the city, and then we've got lots of regional parks, et cetera, that they're helping protect, which helps our citizens. So I have no problem supporting them at both places. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock?
No, I'm good.
I was simply going to say I'm going to support it, but I agree with Councillor Thorpe. I'm conscious of the fact that there is, and double dipping is basically the term. I mean, the reality is that Nanaimo, quote unquote, ratepayers are being asked to pay, 3/4 of I think they asked for 40 from the regional district as well, are really being asked to pay 60. And I'm also conscious of the fact, and I say this as someone who's been a supporter of NALT for a number of years on a personal level, Sharon and I, the lobbying is good, but sometimes they're lobbying the very city that's funding them, and that can be a bit, uncomfortable sometimes. Paying someone to lobby me, and particularly when staff recommendations may run counter, can be a bit challenging. But having said that, I'll leave it at that. All those in favor, Councillors Armstrong, Eastmere, Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, Perino, Manley, and Gesselbrock and Brown, passes unanimously. Thank you. For once we beat the old rule about the smaller the amount of money, the longer the debate.
Oh, we will.
On to catnap.
Okay, so the next two slides speak to the two options available for adding budget to provide annual operating funding to the Catnap Society. So the option here would be for a 5-year term and be subject to annual financial statement submission, as well as annual presentation to the Finance and Audit Committee during budget deliberations. So the annual contract service review that was done in 2021 recommended that the city consider funding the Catnap Society to support the trap, neuter, release program that they run in the city. So option 1 is to add $36,000 for an operating grant to the Catnap Society for 2024 and $25,000 per year for years 2025 through 2028. And these would be funded through general revenue. So that's approximately a 0.03% increase in 2024 and a 0.01 decrease in 2025 as the funding level drops $11,000 in 2025. Option number 2 is status quo, so there would be no funding to the Catnap Society.
Councillor Armstrong, then Councillor Perino, then Councillor Manley.
Oh, I was going to move option 1 because I think they do really good work keeping our feral cats under control, and it's a very minimal amount for the amount of damage that feral cats can do.
It's been seconded by Councillor Hemmons. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to staff. What do we give in a grant, or I'm sorry, I'm asking you a question you might not be able to draw the answer to, but what do we give in a grant to the SPCA or any other animal support group? Any thoughts?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Perino, currently we do not provide operating grant to any, like the SPCA or any other organization. We did give Catnap Society an other grant last year when they came to us. Off the top of my head, I think it was $15,000 to $20,000. I can't remember exactly the amount, but that was the first time we had given a grant to them. The SPCA has come to us in the past, but we haven't had a request from them for several years.
Okay. I'm going to support this as well. I love cats. I think they're, I want to say that right up front, but what cats do to birds in our community is unbelievable. And it's important that this organization continues to do the work that they do as far as neutering and, you know, it's an important piece that we need to keep covering, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
I'm just going to support this as well, and just based on the presentation we had last time and questions around where the money, you know, how money would be spent otherwise on animal control, which would be more costly to have animal control and dealing with feral cats. I think it's money well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. Quickly, similar comments. I recall from the report that to not do this is actually going to increase our costs because we're creating an issue that needs resolving from another organization. So happy to support.
Thank you. Very quickly, I'm going to support this without question. An organization that doesn't pay anybody anything, that's completely volunteer run, certainly deserves public support for something as important as this. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Sorry? Yep. Thank you. If we can get on to item 5, SNIC.
The next 2 slides speak to the 3 options available regarding the SNIC, or the Snow and Ice Control budget. So the draft financial plan has the annual SNIC budget increasing by $100,000 to a total of $980,000 in 2024. So the SNIC budget has not increased since 2021 and has fallen significantly below both the 3- and 5-year average for annual snow removal costs. So there are some offset savings when staff from other departments or sections are pulled in to do snow removal. However, this doesn't fully offset the cost overruns. So your options here are, number 1, to increase the 2024 SNIC budget to $1.4 million based on the 3-year average. So that would be funded from general revenue with an approximate 0.31% increase for 2024. Option number 2 is to increase the 2024 SNIC budget to $1.2 million based on the 5-year average. And again, funding comes from general revenue with an approximate 0.16% increase in 2024. Option 3 is status quo, so no change, and you leave the budget at $980,000 for 2024. So over to you for discussion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm inclined towards option 2 on this. A question though, it seems that we're kind of chronically underfunding the SNIC budget. Is that accurate?
Through your worship to Councillor Hemmons, the last 5 years, every year we have been over budget for snow removal, and we do have a reserve that we could tap into if we needed. However, surplus has covered any of the overages that we have had in the last few years.
Surplus has covered it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just, this is something that we can't, we're always going to do the snow clearing, so we want to make sure that we budget it accurately rather than hoped for forecasts. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move option 2.
Option 2.
Which is the 5-year average.
Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. In order, do you want to say anything further, Councillor Hemmons? Then Councillors Perino, Eastmere, and Armstrong, please.
Only to say, Your Worship, that I will be supporting option 2. I do believe it's important that we have, I mean, when it hits hard, so we have to be prepared. But I think that this is a nominal increase, and I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere, please.
I'm not in favor of increasing the budget, and from my understanding, we're heading into an El Nino year, which means it will be lighter and hopefully less snow. So, fingers crossed.
I like the optimism. Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Thorpe.
Actually, I'm the opposite. I won't be supporting it because I think it should have been number 1, because I think we do need to fund these budgets properly. And if we don't happen to use it, great, it will go into the reserve so that we won't have to put taxes up the following year, or we may, but not as much. So I actually would like to see it funded appropriately, not minimally, so I won't be supporting it for that reason.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I will support option number 2. I think it's a middle road. We do need to fund this appropriately. But option one, the difference between option one and option two is a significant tax increase for this year. And this is an item which I'm sure we can revisit and will revisit again 1 year from now. So I'm quite happy to go with the middle ground for now and increase the budget a reasonable extent and have a subsequent reasonable increase in tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm on the Doris Day plan here. Que sera, sera, whatever it's going to be, will be. So I'll happily go with option two, just because we don't know what's going to happen. And so far, we can be positive, touch wood. All those in favor of the motion, Councillors Hemmens, Mayor Krogh, Thorpe, Perino, Manley, Brown, and those opposed? Sorry. Councillors Brown and Gesselbrock are in favor or opposed?
No, opposed.
Opposed. And those opposed? That would be nice, thank you. Councillors Armstrong, Eastmere, Brown, and Gesselbrock opposed. Motion carries.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
All right, on to Nanaimo 150.
All right. So the next two slides speak to the three options available for adding budget to recognize the City of Nanaimo's 150th year of incorporation. As you know, there was a report that has been heavily discussed this morning surrounding the background information for this choice. So your options are, number one is to add $50,000 in one-time funding to recognize Nanaimo's 150th year, with funding from general revenue, and that has an approximate 0.04% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.03 decrease in 2025, as this funding is only one time. Your option number two is to add $50,000 in one-time funding to recognize the 150th year, and that's funded from Council's Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, and because it's a reserve, there's no tax impact. And option number three is status quo, so there's no additional budget would be added for this item. So over to you for discussion.
So just to be clear, no additional monies, so we wouldn't even be spending the $50,000.
That's
just
correct.
to be clear.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be in favor of option two. However, because I think this kind of a recognition, 150 years, I mean, we're never going to see it again. And no one in this room is going to ever see it again. So, I think that we certainly need to recognize the importance of this time in our history. However, my understanding from, I think, Ms. Wood, was that we will be applying for some heritage funding. And if we get that heritage funding, this may reduce our request for the $50,000. So I'm just wondering through Ms. Mercer, what happens if that comes in? So that would be the nice gift.
Yes, so through your worship to Councillor Perino, yes, if we were successful in applying for a grant, this money could be, would either go to surplus or be reallocated to fund something else if it was put in the budget.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm worried about is if we get the grant, we're not going to use the additional $50,000.
That is, depending on what council chooses to do to recognize, we may not need it, or it would be added to whatever grant funding we got. So it would be your choice at that point.
Well, I certainly hope we get the grant funding, but I would not be in favor of adding an additional $50,000 to the grant fund should we be blessed to get it. So it's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
I think Councillor Perino just suggested she wants the party, but she wants it for free. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I'll vote in favor of option two, just because I think that's a good spot for it to come from. To me, this is not a have to have, it's a nice to have. And if we do get the grant money, then the money can stay in the strategic infrastructure and it won't have the impact on taxation. Whereas if we go the other one, taxes will be impacted. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Fully support the concept of the 150 celebrations and think, just like Councillor Armstrong, the reserve is the right place. This shouldn't be a line item. This is something that we're doing one time only, which is appropriate for SIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, I'll support the motion. But having said that, let's not, how shall I say, foreclose the possibility of a larger celebration. You may find the community itself will be saying, we want a larger celebration, and we expect you to spend city money on it, not just apply for a federal heritage grant. I'll leave that open. So we did have it moved and seconded. All those in favor? Councillors Armstrong, Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Councillors Thorpe, Perino. Sorry, Councillor Armstrong, I go around the table, then I go to the screen. If you wouldn't mind interrupting, then I could do the count properly. Thank you. I can't see his hand. Well, I can see his hand. Councillor Gesselbrock is in favor. Those opposed? Councillors Eastmere and Brown. Thank you very much. Motion carries. The next is the breakfast meal program.
Correct. So again, we have 5 slides that speak to this option, or this slide. And again, we had rigorous discussion about this morning. So your option number 1 is keep the status quo, so no impact to the budget, and funding ends as anticipated on December 31st of 2023. Option number 2 is to add $429,000 in one-time funding for 2024. So this would extend the current breakfast program to March 31st, 2024, and launch an expression of interest to find a provider to continue the program until December 31st, 2024. So here there are 2 funding options available under option 2. One is to fund the $429 from Council's Strategic Initiative Infrastructure Reserve, and that has no tax impact. And the second is to fund from general revenue, which does have a tax impact, and that's approximately 0.31% increase for 2024 and approximately a 0.29% decrease in 2025, as the funding is one time and it drops off. Option number 3 is to add $107,000 to fund a breakfast program from January 1st to March 31st, 2024. And this would extend the current breakfast program to March 31st. And staff would look for other funding options through other services and initiatives and would return with an update in March of 2024. Again, you have 2 funding options. You could fund the 107 from your Strategic Infrastructure Reserve or through taxation, and if you chose taxation, it would be approximate 0.08% increase in 2024 and a 0.07% decrease in 2025, as it is one-time funding. So those are your options for discussion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a brutal decision. I'm reminded of Councillor Bonner saying I'll be first over the ridge on this one. I'm going to actually move status quo, option number 1.
Discussion, Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. I just want to say that I do not do this lightly. I think this really kind of paints the picture of the risk of the city stepping into jurisdiction that isn't ours and kind of being left with that bill. And now we have to find a way to continue to fund that bill going forward. I don't see another annual contribution to this as strategic when we're working so hard to set up strategy around this sector. I'll leave it there. Happy to take comments from my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor in order, Councillors Armstrong, Thorpe, and Perino.
I agree with Councillor Hemmons. I think, we did this to try and get the government to step up already to do what they're mandated to do, not us. And it's just a slippery slope if we keep doing it. And I'd like to know what I didn't also know how many other grants they did apply for, if they even did apply for grants. So that was something that was missing for me. But I just think that we have to stay in our lane on this one and let the province step up. If the public gets upset enough, they can make it an election issue provincially. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Your Worship, I think I argued this morning, so I won't belabor it, but I agree with the others that have spoken. To me, this is a hard decision, but I think to do anything else would be basically to say we're willing to set up a new service area, which is not in our municipal mandate or responsibilities. And to me, it would be continuing to offer a crutch and to enable what I termed earlier an unsatisfactory situation. So I think we need to take a hard line here and put pressure on the levels of government that need to step up. Thank you.
Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to say that I'll also be supporting this motion. I hate to do it, but the important piece for me is that the Salvation Army and the 710 were not able to secure grant funding, yet all of the other organizations on the schedule that we saw this morning who provide food for so many of the citizens that are compromised, they did get grant funding from various other areas. And so I feel that giving money to one organization over another that didn't get the grant funding, I'm struggling with the fairness of that. And I think as soon as we step into this role where we're going to support an organization, if I was with any of those others, I'd be back at this door right away saying, what about me? This is not the appropriate way to be spending money. We need to have the help of the province to get this under control and get people treated with respect. In this country, hungry people should not be allowed. That is just, no one should go hungry. No one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley and then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a difficult decision as well. I think I don't disagree with what's been said around the table about staying in our own lane and about the fairness of the funding and just the situation that we are in and the situation that nonprofits that are stepping up to do this work are in, trying to fundraise, trying to, meet the growing need, exponential growing need. It is not sustainable what is happening in our communities. And so as much as I agree, I'm not going to support the motion. People need to be fed somewhere, and it's not our role, but we do have people in our community that are suffering, and that includes people who pay taxes that are struggling. And I have trouble with all of it. I do. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. Although I agree with all the sentiments shared, I think that ultimately when we say we're going to take a hard line, who actually pays for the hard line? It's not us sitting at the table. It's not the provincial bureaucrats. It's not the wider community. The hard line, in the next 3 months over winter is going to affect the people on the streets that don't have any food. And so I think if we want to take a hard line, I think we need to take a proactive line. And I think right now we're just running from one crisis to another around this meal issue and the daytime warming. And I think that we need to put into place the conditions necessary to be strategic and tactical to figure out a long-term solution where the funding's coming from the right spot, i.e. the province or federal government, and that we have a spot that people can go and a sustainable supply of meals. Right now, we don't have the conditions to be able to be strategic or tactical because we're running around from crisis to crisis putting out fires. And so what we're doing now by not funding this is we're putting ourselves into an even more crisis situation where there's not going to be a meal program, there's not going to be funding, and we're going to expect somebody else to come in and fix it, i.e. the province. Well, if we haven't seen it yet, the province is not equipped to be able to respond quickly to situations and strategically in the short term. And so I guarantee that we don't do this, and then all of a sudden we're going to have huge outcry from the community around the need for this meal program, and we'll probably be forced back into it anyhow. I think what staff have proposed with option 2 allows for us to create the conditions where we can be more tactical. In the interim, we supply another 3 months of funding to just go with the status quo and supply these meals. And then in January, because it's going to take 2-3 months to actually get interest and see what's out there, we put out EOI for an indoor meal program where people can come inside, warm up, and have some food, and attract an organization to be able to do this. And during that period, We would be working with the SPO to coordinate a community response, and then also go back to the province and be like, look, we're forced into a situation where we're running from crisis to crisis. You have a fiduciary responsibility to support the situation. There's no money coming. What's happening, and we communicate that to the public and put the pressure on so that when January, February, March, April comes around, we're going to have a little bit more eyes on this situation and hopefully can attract that funding. And if it takes a year for us to put a model together, get it run, and then the province comes up and funds it sustainably longer term, then that's a win. But I don't think we need to be doing all that on the backs of the folks that are on the street that, when we hold that funding for food, we'll definitely go hungry and just cause more hardship. And that hardship gets borne out on the wider community who, are running the shops and stores that the folks that are hungry are going to be going to find warmth and comfort in whatever ways. So I definitely don't support going with the status quo, not restoring the funding, and think we should go with option 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say that this is one of those discussions that I think is a challenge for all of us. Councillor Gusselbrock has wisely pointed out, none of us will suffer. No one who works for the city, no one who works in government bureaucracy, etc. I get all that. On the other hand, I'm conscious of the fact that tomorrow we're invited to the Unitarian Shelter to celebrate 15 years of service. And on one level, that's a wonderful thing, and they have done amazing work. On the other hand, and not really in response to Councillor Gusselbrock, but in response to this whole continuing crisis around poverty and homelessness and addiction and mental health, brain injury, the trauma, the horror in our streets, the crime that flows from drug addiction, all of these things. At some point, you have to step back. And yes, it won't be us who will be paying for it, but send a signal. Municipal governments cannot fix this. As Councillor Thorpe has pointed out, it really isn't in our jurisdiction. It is not, as I have said over and over again, our legal responsibility. It is not within our jurisdiction, and we do not have the resources. It would be easy to just say, and I must admit, at the start of this conversation this morning, I was probably prepared to say, you know what, as I suggested, doing it by quarters, give us another quarter, see if the province comes to the rescue. There is a budget coming and an election year. And maybe I'm pinning far too many hopes on it, but I would like to think that everything that relates to this issue and what we're voting on this morning will in fact become, in my view, and should be, the most significant election issue. Notwithstanding the pressures of inflation on the community and on families who are struggling to survive, whether they have people who in the family who are able to work and bring in income, or whether in the receipt of social assistance or whatever, I would like to think that as a society we finally come to grips with this. And I'm going a little over the top when I say this, but this is the first signal that municipalities are just done. Like, step up. Making sure your population is housed and fed and has access to health care is a provincial responsibility. It is not a municipal responsibility. So I will support the motion, and I thank Councillor Hemmons for having the, I will call it courage, because this will not be popular with everybody in the community, but having the courage to move it. Councillor Manley, it looks like you may get the last word. Please.
I'm going to share a quote. This one's from Aristotle. Poverty is the parent of criminality and revolution. And we will pay for the poverty on our streets one way or the other.
Yeah.
They pay for it in the grocery stores. We've heard it from London Drugs. We've heard it from other grocery stores. We've heard it from other business owners. I'll leave it at that. I do hope that the provincial government hears this and steps up, because poverty also is affecting homeowners, people who are paying taxes. So we have to be mindful all around. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, Councillors Armstrong, Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Thorpe, Perino, and those opposed, Councillors Eastmere, Manley, Gesselbrock, Councillor Brown?
I was in favor.
You were in favor, thank you. Motion carries. Councillor Perino, sorry?
Given the time of day and we've just come through a very difficult vote, I know everybody at this table struggled with that one. I'm just wondering, we still have quite a bit of the agenda. I'm just wondering if we could defer the balance of the discussions for options regarding the different programs to our next meeting, which I think is next Wednesday.
Your Worship, there's certainly some timing issues and challenges that we have in terms of getting the budget ready for there'd be some challenges with getting the budget ready for your future meetings and deliberations, but I'll ask Ms. Mercer to comment on that.
Through your worship to Councillor Perino, it would be our preference if we could power through these, and so that gives our staff enough time to get everything ready, and so we're not working late into the night closer to the 18th. If we can get these passed and then have discussion on Monday at the E-Town Hall meeting, and then if council still wanted to have another meeting, there is time available on the 6th, but it would be our preference if we could power through these today. But I'll leave that up to the committee.
Well, I just want to say, Your Worship, it's 11:45. We're not going to be able to power through much.
No, I appreciate that, Councillor Perino, but and I appreciate the challenges, but we can sit longer than 12, and I'm very conscious of where we are in the budgetary process and the challenges it presents for staff and for the public. Councillor Armstrong, you wanted to say something? Okay.
Oh, Your Worship,
Ms.
we're just trying to work on behind the scenes, maybe perhaps extending the meeting and looking at trying to bring some lunch in. So
Well, we'll see how it. Councillor Thorpe?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just so you and everybody know, I do have a hard commitment this afternoon, and I would at the very least need to leave in half an hour. So let's power on.
Power on. Less discussion about this and more talk about what's in front of us. Okay. Ms. Mercer.
Thank you. Our next slide, when I can get to it, is the downtown event grants. So this grant stream supports events and initiatives which attract residents and visitors to downtown, support vibrancy, and stimulate business activity. And the current budget is $150,000 per year. So the 2024 intake has closed, and staff evaluated over $300,000 in applications. So if the committee wanted to increase the funding available to this grant stream, there are a couple of options. Option one is to increase the budget by $50,000 to a total of $200,000 per year. That's funded from general revenue and has a 0.0% increase for 2024. Option two is to increase the budget by $100,000 to a total of $250,000 per year, again funded from general revenue with an approximate 0.07% increase. And option number three is status quo and leave the budget at $150,000 per year.
Someone care to make a motion? Councillor Armstrong?
I would actually move option two. From what I hear from a lot of residents, they feel that we put a lot of money into downtown and not other parts of the city. So, but I do recognize the importance of bringing people down here. So I would be comfortable with option two versus option one.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmons. Discussion? Although, Councillor Eastmere?
I do hope that in potentially using some of this money, some of it could potentially go towards long-term infrastructure in the downtown that could support events. For example, some creative lighting in Diana Krall Plaza that could be up on the buildings and cast some interesting images down onto the pavement, which I think would really enliven that space and could be used for a multitude of different events throughout the year. So yeah, I'm hopeful that if we increase this, some of it could go towards some things that will last.
I don't think, in fairness, the event grants go to that kind of infrastructure, but I'll let staff.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Councillor Eastmere, the intention of this is for external groups and organizations. an external group and organization could come and propose some enhancements. Typically, staff wouldn't apply for that type of improvement. Doesn't mean we couldn't. But again, and we're as Ms. Mercer mentioned, we're kind of preempting the December 13th meeting when we come back to you with all our grants. And just so you know, which is a good thing, coming out of COVID, there's a lot of demand for events in the downtown and in other parts of the community too. So right now we're still focusing on downtown, but we will also be coming back with a grant update that will look at a number of options for council's consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, Your Worship. This was on my maybe list. I was going to see if someone fought for it, and I'm noting Councillor Armstrong. It is a minimal bump to a neighborhood and a community that is doing a lot of work on their own, being the downtown residents and businesses, et cetera. So recognizing that these grants support not just downtown, but the entire community by attracting people into the downtown core and to our businesses, et cetera, I'm happy to support.
Thank you. Very quickly, I'm going to support it because sometimes we forget the people who have businesses downtown live in other parts of the community often. The people who work downtown live in other parts of the community, and yet their success, their livelihoods depend on what happens in our downtown. So it has my support. I'm not seeing anyone else. All those in favor? Everyone's, Councillor Gesselbrock, you're opposed?
No.
Sorry?
No.
Are you opposed or in favor?
For increasing it to 100?
It's from 150, by 100,000 to 250. It's option 2.
Opposed.
Opposed, thank you. Motion carries. Ms. Mercer?
So the next 12 slides speak to the business cases that were developed by staff. So these business cases have been consolidated into 5 decision points for consideration. So this year, the business cases were grouped into 2 categories: positions to maintain current levels of service, and 2 is the positions to increase the level of service. So positions put forward to maintain current levels of service have been grouped together into 1 decision slide, and you'll see that on this slide here. So there are 7 positions being put forward to maintain the current level of service, and those positions are listed here, as I've said, and there are 3 funding options available covered on the next couple of slides. So option 1 is to add all positions to 2024 effective April 1st and fund the fleet requirement from reserves. 7 positions would be funded from general revenue and give you an approximate 0.53% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.13% increase in 2025. And you would fund the accompanying $530,200 in fleet needs from the general capital reserve in 2024, and that would have no tax impact as it was funded from a reserve. Option 2 is to add all positions to 2024 effective April 1st and fund both the positions and the fleet requirements from general revenue. This has an approximate 0.2% increase or 0.92% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.23 decrease in 2025 as the $530,200 in funding for fleet purchases are a one-time cost and the funding drops off in 2025. Option number 3 is to status quo, so no positions would be added.
Council? Councillor Prino, then Councillor Armstrong.
Your Worship, I'd be prepared to move option 2.
Seconder? Councillor Armstrong, discussion?
Simply that we'll be able to do what we need to do. It's a bit of a compromise. I hope it, I mean, we're growing, it's a growing city.
Nice and simple and sweet. Short. Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, I just have a question on the transit stop because I know we're trying to improve them, yet we're getting more and more requests to remove some of them because of the issues with them. So I just don't know about that. I'm really struggling with that, why we would spend the money when, I mean, there's going to be a request coming to remove the one on Comox because of all the vandalism. They were burning fires in it yesterday. So I'm just wondering about that. And I don't know, I'm just stuck on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, tricky one. I want to note that staff have bundled these positions versus the positions that come up as individual decision points later. And to me, that indicates that these are positions that staff really feel we need. So for me, we have to do it. Status quo isn't an option. I was curious by Councillor Perino's motion. I thought she would have taken option number 1, which was pulling the fleet from the reserves. But I actually prefer option 2 because it indicates what our actual costs are this year. And for me, I mean, I can say coming through the library budget, that's really important to me, to actually understand what our services cost and account for them accordingly. I also, in terms of option 1, that again, as I said previously, bumps and impact and increase into next year's, which I have a really hard time supporting given where we're starting next year. So I am going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no, Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting this option for the reasons outlined by Councillor Hemmons. I actually really appreciate the bundling. And I would just say the way I view this is I'm voting on ultimately staff, but what our CAO believes are needed to maintain existing services. There's, I think, some positions there outlined to justify. However, if the CAO, believes that, what I'm voting on here is a budget increase. I'm a little bit position agnostic with respect to the idea that, seeing what council votes on the budget and what's needed, that may change, and what those positions are. So, as much as I appreciate the position list in terms of a justification, I actually really like this approach of just voting on ultimately a package that is deemed necessary to maintain existing services, and that has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Looks like everybody's in favor. That was simple. Thank you. Ms. Mercer?
Okay, so we're on to number 9.2, and this is relates to a steno bylaw position. So with the July 17th GPC meeting, the committee made a motion to include a decision point for additional support to the parking administration group to support a parking bylaw exemption program. So this program would consider both income and mobility in granting exemptions from the city's parking bylaw. So if a parking exemption program is implemented, an additional staff position would be needed in 2024. So option 1 is to add a full-time position to 2024, effective April 1st, funded from general revenue with an approximate 0.06% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.01% increase in 2025. Option 2 is to add a part-time position to 2024, effective April 1st, funded from general revenue. So that's an approximate 0.03% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.02% increase in 2025. Option 3 is status quo and no position would be added.
Councillor Armstrong?
Oh, sorry about my other comments. I thought they were all put together. I didn't realize. I thought it was all 9 we were voting on. Again, stuck on it. I'm going to wait to see what people say.
Sorry, I couldn't catch what you said. All right. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm so sorry if I missed this. I gapped. Additional staffing will provide needed capacity if a bylaw exemption program is implemented. Can you talk a bit more about that?
Your Worship, this is regarding the parking in the areas around those buildings which are designated congregate care and did not have it was presented to us that way, but people that are moving in there are actually bringing cars and creating quite a challenge for on-street parking. So you recall this discussion, and this was this was the point. If we're going to create some sort of a program to exempt those people who live in those buildings, the folks that live in those buildings, to excuse me, to be able to park without moving their vehicles every 24 hours, then we need the administrative support to do so.
Thank you. I thought that's what it was referencing. Can that exemption program run successfully with a part-time steno? I ask because I feel like there's an appetite at council to change those parking regulations around seniors congregate care. So I think if we're interested in doing that, we have to budget for it. And I just note there's a budget option of having a part-time steno. And if we can get away with part-time steno, I would prefer in this case. But I also don't want to compromise our ability to run a program that we're interested in.
Your Worship, I think it just, everything is additive here, right? And that's what's happening. And it's sure we could, you know, I think, and I don't want to speak for Mr. LeBerge, but I think, yeah, you know, we can fit in this type of work on a part-time basis, but that still creates a burden on other bylaw staff. So, you know, I think we evaluated it earlier on, and the preferred option was a full-time steno. I think the bylaw department, Mr. LeBerge would say, is already quite overwhelmed as well.
I see Mr.
Your Worship, I was just going to add to that. I think, and you know, I think this is a good kind of first step. And as the program and the bylaw finally gets adopted and we have further details, we may in fact have to come back to council and ask for further resources. But I think at this point, in order to move forward and support council's original direction, this is the first step that we'd recommend needs to be taken.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe, then Councillor Gesselbrock, and Councillor Armstrong.
Thanks, Your Worship, and I totally support the efforts of our bylaw department. I just can't help but feel we're sort of putting the cart before the horse in this case, though. We'll provide capacity if a bylaw exemption program is implemented. I, for one, would need to know more details of what that program is going to look like, what it will consist of, who it will apply to, and so on, before I can decide on the necessary support and staffing levels that it might need. So I'm not inclined to support option 1 for sure, and would lean towards probably option 3 at this point. And then a year from now, if council has decided to move ahead with this program, would have a better idea of what we need to put in place to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock, then Councillor Armstrong.
Thanks, Your Worship. Sorry, is there a motion on the floor right now?
No.
No, okay. You comment on this, like, you know, we had those folks come up and speak in front of council about the parking and the challenge that they had of having to move their vehicles, and we had a large discussion about having an exemption program. And I think if we want to go do that, we need to put, you know, staff did say that there was just not the capacity to deal with it. So if we want to do this, and we heard from the community the need, we need to put a person in that spot. I'm fine starting off with a part-time position, if that's possible, and then assess the workload from there. Thanks.
Are you making a motion for?
I'll put forward option number 2.
2, seconded Councillor Armstrong. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thorpe opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Mercer.
Our next one, it relates to...
sorry, Ms. Robertson, we need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend, yeah.
Move to extend the meeting. Moved Councillor Armstrong, seconded Councillor Hemmons. All those in favor? Those opposed? Not seeing any. A no vote counts as a positive vote. We are extended. Thank you.
Okay, so the Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy, or VIERA, provides training to Nanaimo firefighters as well as departments from across Canada. Since 2018, VIERA has seen a steady increase in registration from outside departments. So to support this increase, a full-time position is being requested to support the administration of this program. So your options are to add a full-time position to 2024, effective April 1st, funded from general revenue. That gives you an approximate 0.05% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.01% increase in 2025. Option 2 is status quo and no position is added.
If I may ask a question right off the bat to the chief, thank you for coming today. Would the addition of this position actually have any increase in the revenue that comes? Or is it just to keep the ship afloat? Pardon the mixed metaphors.
Well, to your worship, thanks for the question. Kind of a victim of our own success. We've had seen growing net and gross revenues since we've the last half decade here, and we've increased departments from 2018 by 136%. So we're up to 284 departments. We're expanding into, and not in a big way yet, but we just ran a course in Nova Scotia, we ran them in Alberta, Northwest Territories. We're starting to take on a lot of the bigger clients in the province in terms of metro departments, which has never been a huge client base for us, but it's beginning to take up a lot of our time. So yes, this is to maintain service because the staff feel like they're drowning in the growth, and then to also keep up with running a business and customer service, being timely, being able to turn their requests around in a reasonable amount of time, because we have heard from other providers that that's something they're struggling with, and it's something I always assumed as our success grows, we could fall victim of not being able to have good customer service for our clients too. So. Yeah, I think hope that answers your question.
So it's not necessarily going to increase revenue by quote unquote expanding the business or enabling us to do more. It is a revenue source after all, ultimately, isn't it? Or close?
Yeah, like for example, when we created the VR manager, we've increased revenue. Our net revenue has also increased, but maybe I'll turn to DC Lemasurier, as she's responsible for this area.
Good morning. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you for the question, and thank you from the chief. And as far as the revenue increase, not included in the business case, and I would defer to Ms. Mercer and Ms. Fulla on that. However, what I would say is that current staff, as you know, we've added a manager, are doing a significant amount of administrative duties that would lean more to the clerical side, which does take up a significant amount of capacity as we grow and at the speed that we are. So what I would offer is that there is an opportunity cost as the manager spends time on those clerical duties that could further be going to other business building capacity should they be freed up.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Gesselbrock to give Ms. Mercer and Ms. Full a chance to maybe enlighten us a little more. Councillor Gesselbrock?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a question through to staff. In terms of responsibilities to provide services for just basic Nanaimo operations, and then the percentage that this position would be supporting sort of business development, I guess, and supporting the business of VIERA for providing services to burn like other fire departments. I guess my hope would be that sort of if there's growth, that and providing services to other fire departments, that would be paying for the need for this position, if there's additional profit. But if it's a need to just deal with internally, providing services to within Nanaimo, then I can see the need. But could you speak to that, just to how much is sort of driven? Is this driven more by the business growth for servicing areas outside of Nanaimo, or is it more just dealing with our internally? Because my fear would be that you know, we're growing something but having to pay for it out of the city. Thank you.
Chief.
Through your worship, to Councillor Gesselbrook, that's a good question because it's something that we've done an analysis on. So in terms of our internal use of Viera, we had 88 certifications in Fire Officer 1, Fire Officer 2, NFPA 1002, which is our driver pumper program, our technical rope rescue, confined space rescue, NFPA 1006, fire instructor and service level 1, 1041, and incident safety officer 1521. So there's a significant benefit to the city of Nanaimo. In terms of tuition, that would have amounted to internally about $80,000 of tuition, not to mention the cost to either bring in instructors or to send our firefighters away externally. And I should add that most of the external options in the province are on the mainland. So if we were going to offer accredited training, not all of those, I will add that not all of those have to be accredited. We have the luxury of accrediting the 1002, 1006, 1041, and 1521. I'll look for correction here. Contractually, we have to, it's the 1021 program that we are contractually obligated. But it definitely lifts our level of service internally and helps us manage our costs internally as well as generating revenue to offset our budget. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Gesselbrook.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Your worship, I was actually prepared to move motion number 1. Sorry, not motion, option number 1.
Option number 1, is there a seconder? Councillor Armstrong. Ms. Mercer, Ms. Full, anything to enlighten us?
No, other than to say the business case didn't anticipate additional revenue, but that it's not, I don't have a crystal ball, so.
Hard to predict whether it will actually, okay.
But the taxation level at 0.05 and 0.01 for 2025 is minimal.
All those in favor and any opposed? I see none. Thank you. Motion carries. Ms. Mercer. Thank you, Chief. Ms. Mercier, appreciate it.
So the next 3 slides relate to the increased level of service to support transit users. So again, at that July 17th GPC meeting, the committee made a motion to create a business case for the creation of a corridor-based hybrid model for transit stop amenities as outlined in the public transit shelter and benches option paper prepared by Nielsen Strategies. So your options here are to increase annual operating budgets in years 2024 through 2028 for the transit shelter program and provide additional capital funding for 2024. So in 2024, this would mean the operating budget is increased by $18,100 funded from general revenue. That's approximately a 0.01% increase and an approximate 0.005% increase in 2025. An add of $146,000 in capital costs would be added in 2024 for additional shelters funded through the General Capital Reserve. So any future project plans would be adjusted to accommodate additional shelter requirements in 2025 and beyond. Option number 2 is to increase the annual operating budget for the transit shelter program, add a transit planning specialist, and provide additional capital funding for 2024. So this is an approximate 0.08% increase, 0.08% increase in 2024, an approximate 0.02 increase in 2025, and again, that $146,000 for additional capital costs in 2024 would be funded from the General Capital Reserve. And option number, went the wrong way. Option number 3 is status quo, so there's no change to the budget.
Councillor Armstrong.
For me, I'm looking at option 3 because, like I've said, we've had more requests to remove bus stops than to put them in. So I certainly can't support putting a full-time person in for that at all. So I'm leaning towards option 1, or I'm in option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, before I go to Councillor Brown, anything you wanted to add to the conversation? All right, thank you. No, that's a no. It's a hard no. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to move option 2.
We have a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmons. Beat you to it, Councillor Gesselbrock. Want to speak to it, Councillor Brown?
I do, yeah. You know, I think we've circled this. You know, I wasn't particularly supportive of the direction council went with respect to making a decision on how we build out our shelter space, transit shelter spaces. But with that said, it's the plan that's in place, and I think we often develop plans, and maybe rightfully so, governments get criticized when they collect dust on the shelf. I think this is quite a minimal cost in something. When we talk about sort of core services, this is really one of them that is transit is essentially funded at 50%, a continued grant stream of 50%. That's kind of unheard of for operating, and with the significant investments that are going into the capital projects from senior levels of government. To me, this is actually something that makes a lot of sense, is well justified, and complements investments and commitments made from the province, from the federal government, and within the RDN capital plan. So I think it's a very small amount here that falls to the city in terms of this option here, but would really build, and based on a lot of the work that's being done and fundings coming from elsewhere, have a quite high return on investment. So I think it makes sense and is well justified. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you. I would be prepared to support this, but I apologize. I just don't quite understand what this what the transit shelter program is. I get what a transit planning specialist is, but what are they planning for? If you could just explain that a bit more.
So, through your worship, so transit in Nanaimo is a collaborative effort between the city and the RDN.
Yes.
And so the RDN is the operator. They program the buses and manage them and maintain them. The city really deals with the end of trip facilities. So that's the shelters and creating jobs and opportunities for them. And so we've historically had a little bit of an ad hoc relationship where shelters go in where our existing contractor sees value in them, and routes have been planned with the RDN, with some input from the city, but over the last handful of years with the creation of the TRS and city plan, there's this convergence to have a very purposeful transit system. And so in order to continue to maintain headway on that and to continue to improve service to the community, we need to have complementary staff on the planning and the scheduling side with both agencies. And so, yeah.
That's what it's about. Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock, then Councillor Armstrong.
No, I think this is core services, and it's the direction that we need to move as a community. So I support the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong, then Councillor Thorpe.
Yeah, I'm voting against this. I don't believe we need one person full-time at quite a significant salary to coordinate bus stops, so I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm with Councillor Armstrong on this one. To me, we seem to be combining two separate things. We're talking about transit shelters and how we proceed there and make improvements, which I might be supportive, but adding a transit planning specialist, a full-time position, I just can't support at this time.
Thank you. We've got option 2 on the table. Mr. Sims, did you want to say something? Sorry.
Well, I can add a little bit to the discussion, Your Worship, if without trying to overextend the chat. But the intent, with option 1 was really to do the corner of the desk approach to managing shelters and managing transit planning, as Mr. Rose mentioned, on the city side of the table. Option 2 is certainly to allow for someone to support the transit planning, and that there'll be that interaction between the city and RDN on a more consistent level. Right now, as Mr. Rose mentioned, it's ad hoc, and it's to have a little bit more input onto the location of and the appropriateness of shelters, where they need to be, and sort of bending the contractor a little bit more to our program. So
Thank you. No further speakers. All those, sorry, Councillor Eastmere?
Sorry, I'm in favor of option one. I think that it makes more sense to me, and especially because of the greater role that the regional district plays in transit coordination, I think that would be the place for me to see adding staff on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Option 2 is on the table. All those in favor? Sorry, Councillor Brown, sorry.
Thanks, yeah. I would really implore, whether this vote fails today or not, implore people to think about what side of the desk actually results in. It's not just that it results in less intention and effort on the particular thing that you're talking about. It also means that someone is being pulled away from other duties and their capacities are spent elsewhere. Undoubtedly, the RDN is the key player when it comes to the running of the buses and their interaction with BC Transit. But I think it would be very limited vision of what our transportation department does to suggest that there's not a huge interface between our land use planning documents, our transportation documents, in terms of also pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, and how that a transit, a trip on transit just doesn't start when you enter the bus. It starts from wherever your where your first point is to your terminus, and that is not a door-to-door service. So having a sustained and continued voice is not just limited to transit shelters. It's implemented to how transit fits into our land use planning, our transportation overall planning, and our documents. And so I think we'd be doing a very disservice to both the energy and efforts that have been put in. We would be asking staff to do far too often what they have to do is off the corner of their desk and get taken from other duties. A very minor investment undoubtedly would have a huge return here. So, whether it fails, I hope people will just generally reflect on how we've chronically underfunded and transit in our communities and especially ours. And it's one of the best, when we talk about affordability and all sorts of things, a robust public transit system is one of the best items for that, but also in terms of the environmental goals. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere?
I really appreciate those comments, and I would say that BC Transit is also chronically underfunded transit, and it's been disappointing to see how the expansions that the RDN supported have not been backed up by the additional hours that we need from BC Transit. So I would hope to see that as well. Thank you.
All right, motion 2 is on the floor. All those in favor? Councillors Hemmens and Manley and Brown and Gesselbrock, and those opposed, Councillors Armstrong, Mayor Krogh, Perino, and Thorpe.
I'm supporting option 1. Sorry, I should have voted in favor. I'm changing my vote.
Sorry, option 2 is on the table. So you're...
I changed my vote, yeah.
So you're in favor of opposed to option... All right. Option 2 is on the table. Those in favor of option 2, Councillors Eastmere, Hemmens, Manley, Brown, and Gesselbrock, and Armstrong. All right, one more time. Option 2 is on the table. Those in favor of option 2. All right, Councillor Eastmere, Councillor Hemmens, Councillor Manley, Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Brown. The motion is carried. And well, pardon me, those opposed? Sorry?
Sorry, I just
And
need the
those
opposed.
opposed? Councillors Armstrong, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, and Perino. Motion carries. Wow. Thank you. All right. Next one, Ms. Mercer, please.
Okay, so this slide relates to the addition of an RCMP mental health liaison officer. So over the past several years, there has been a dramatic increase in the number of mental health calls, and the current CAR 54 team is only able to cover 4 days a week of operations with a single unit. If an additional RCMP member was added to the CAR 54 team, a second team could be deployed, making the service available 7 days a week. Options here are to add an RCMP member for the CAR 54 team funded from general revenue. That's an approximate 0.1% increase for 2024, and that is based on budgeting at 95% of the city's portion of the contract, and a 0.03% increase in 2025. Option 2 is status quo, so no additional member is added.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, Armstrong, and Manley in order.
I'd like to move option number 1.
Seconded by Councillor Thorpe.
Could I speak to it, please?
Please.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just to say that the CAR 54 team has been so well received and so important to our community, and it's actually a model that's being picked up in other cities. So we're doing some of the things that they're working. So I definitely want to support this, even though I don't like to see taxation go up at all, but this is one thing that does help to support those people that are really struggling out there. So I will absolutely support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I'm opposed. I think they can take this from their current resources. We already gave them 50 new resources, so I don't know why they need to have another dedicated body. They can move it from one of their other positions over, so I'm opposed.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
I'm actually with Councillor Armstrong on this. I would like to see them, like, rather than adding this position this way, to have it just come out of the funding. I want to see the position added, but I like to see it coming out of the existing funding that we have. We're funding them to 95%. They're not at 95% level. We don't expect they're going to be at 95% level anytime soon. So I'm in support of the position, but I want to see it coming out of existing funding.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hemmons, and back to Councillor Gesselbrock, and then Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm inclined to agree with Councillors Armstrong and Manley on this. My question is, what are the chances we would fill this if we funded this? I know that's a difficult question for you to answer, but we're consistently seeing positions unfilled, and so we put this in the budget and we have yet another vacant position open that's holding a space in the budget.
Yes, so through Your Worship, I can't comment on how quickly we could get it. My guess is it could be, 6 to 9 months to a year to get it or more. So it really depends.
Thank you. That helps. And may I have an up-to-date number? I know we have a gentleman working in the back who can give us our figure based on what we've added so far.
We're at 8.1%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hemmons. Nice dose of reality. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just a question, kind of what Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Manley are speaking to makes sense to me on the surface level. I'm just curious if anybody from RCMP is here to comment on that, or staff, like, can we just request that those vacant positions, one of them be the mental health officer as opposed to adding additional funding, or it just doesn't work that way? Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong's happy to respond.
I can answer you. We could say that this is what we want it for, but there's nothing in the contract that says they have to use it for that position. So that's why I'm opposed. I've seen this time and time. Actually, you don't see it because we can't tell the RCMP where to put the positions. We can highly recommend we would like to see it as mental health or school liaison or whatever, but there's nothing in the contract that makes them have to do that. So Yeah, so for me, no, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perino?
Your worship, well, talk about eye-opening. My understanding was that this particular RCMP officer or member had some specialized training. So if that's not the case, and if there's a chance that the person could be hired and then not used for the CAR 54 program, I'm completely against it. So I can withdraw the motion if you would prefer, or we can vote it down, whatever you want to do.
Well, I think the appropriate thing is to vote the motion down if that's the case. The motion's on the table. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Oh my. And those opposed? Looks like everybody's opposed. I guess the message to the RCMP is please find and fund the body from the existing budget. Thank you. No, if no motion's required, status quo just...
Just a motion for status quo so that it moves forward to council.
Motion for the status quo. Move Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Mercer?
I'm having some technical difficulties with the clicker, so if someone could advance the slide for me. Thank you. So this decision slide proposes the addition of an annual budget increase for new positions starting in 2025. So to address the need for additional resources to maintain current levels of service in a growing community, the committee is being asked to consider adding an annual budget for new positions starting in 2025. So your options here are add an approximate 0.5% in annual allocation to the base budget to support new positions starting in 2025. So that would be a 0.5% increase starting in 2025 through 2028.
So what it means in practical terms is the 1% asset management every year as per policy and a 0.5% every year. Yes. Without it being considered otherwise. Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you. So I just want to confirm the 0.5 would be seen in 2025, not 2024. Okay. Well, I'm worried about that 2025 number, but I really like this. I think if we're going back to the bundled positions we already approved, it's 0.53, and I would probably hazard a guess that if we provided this allocation, it would mean that we're not considering bundled positions every year.
Correct. So if you didn't choose this option, staff would continue to come back with business cases for everything, and we would structure it similar to the way we've done it this year.
And is a 0.5% increase about average for what we see in the budget in terms of new positions?
It really depends on what the need is at a time. We try to make it a reasonable and fund the most critical type positions, but the list could be much longer.
Right. I'm seeing Mr. Lindsay's hand up. I'd be curious for his thoughts. I do want to say I really appreciate this, and I think because of my experience with the library this year, things like these, when we're building what we know we're going to need for growth into our budget every year, is just good practice. So be curious to hear from Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the bundle that that the committee recommended earlier today is kind of the first year in that. It was kind of, here's the idea of putting a package of positions together that we believe we need to maintain levels of service. Different than, and just to add to what Ms. Mercer said, next year, if council supported this, we would still add, we would look at adding positions where we needed to maintain levels of service. If there was positions like the ones you just reviewed, which were increasing level of services, those would still come back to council for discussion, and we'd have business cases around those. So I just want to be clear about that. Now, your question about does this reflect past years and the average, I would suggest it probably doesn't, but in my opinion, this is where it should have been. I think there was many years that we were too thin, and as a result, we haven't been able to maintain our level of service because we've been trying to balance all the other needs and impacts. But if the intent is to maintain not only the level of service but the growing demands in the community, I think this is the appropriate response.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe.
Your Worship, through you, if I may, I'm sorry, but I'm not comfortable with this at all. I appreciate the intent, and I certainly trust and support our staff, but we're talking about a 0.5% annual increase, And basically what we're saying is carte blanche, that this will just, we're automatically approving some positions that staff, in their judgment, feel are necessary. I'd much prefer that council have a chance to look and discuss any positions that are added to our staff as we look in the years ahead. So I'm sorry, I can't support this.
Councillor Himmons?
Thank you. I'm just going to see where it goes. I'm going to move option 1.
Do I have a seconder?
Well, that's where it goes.
Councillor Brown?
Oh yeah, I'll second that all day long.
And Councillor Himmons, you wish to speak to it?
I've already
No.
spoken. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong?
No, I agree with Councillor Thorpe. I would rather see these come back every year than carte blanche as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Perino first before you, Councillor Himmons, if I may.
Your Worship, the struggle that I'm having with voting in favor of this is the 0.50%, right? 0.50%. If it was less, if it was 10 or 15% to start with, and then we build it, I could be in favor of that. But to me, particularly this year, given the rate that we're already possibly looking at, it's just too high. I can't support it right now.
Thank you. Councillor Himmons?
Thank you. To the point about having all of the positions come through council, I tend to agree, but the flip side of that is that we have our operational people who determine what we need to do in terms of staffing and resources to provide the services that we set. We set the service level. They figure out what we need to do that. A question to Mr. Lindsay. You indicated earlier that we might want to look at increasing our social planning resources and, around the breakfast program and just what that department is doing. Would this be a resource that you could draw upon mid-year to say, we have an opportunity to bring in a new social planning manager? Does this give you a bit of an envelope of funds that you can draw on to strategically throughout the year kind of meet our needs as a council?
Yeah, I think the intent would be if this was added in 2025 and beyond, we would still share with council where we've identified positions. But yes, in 2025 and beyond, for example, that could be a position. I do have some ideas and options I'll be discussing with council about moving that sooner than 2025, though.
And just to be clear, this is a 2025 bump. This would not be, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown and then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this for 2 reasons, well, more than 2 reasons, and I'll try to just quickly lay them out. The first and foremost is that fundamentally what we approve as budget envelopes, with the exception of a few positions. We trust that our CAO structures the organization to meet the goals and demands and wishes of council and by extension. So, we get presented positions and arguably we are voting on those, but at the end of the day, what we are voting on is just the actual budget and how what staff think is a list of positions change that budget. Now, I will add of course, there's contractual obligations and items that have to be worked through. Another reason I support this is we can consistently approve of a lot of the positions that might be in line with our strategic goals, a new planner here and a project engineer over here. But there's a whole apparatus that has to exist at certain employee thresholds around HR, finance, IT support, etc. And so I view this 0.5 as also an acknowledgement that behind our what we might think of our core services, there's also a support apparatus that has to exist. There's both staffing and capital to support that. And I think this is just a general acknowledgement of that. And finally, I would add that I would view this very much like the asset management 1%. It's flagged as an acknowledgement that we have an asset management gap to close, and we have asset renewals and liabilities that we need to deal with. However, that will be an independent budget vote every single year, right? Just like the 1% is, so will the 0.5 be. And so there is a check there. I think it's important to have it in the budget because it just acknowledges a reality. And that's useful, I think, when we are doing your 5-year financial plans. And I would love to see us get to the point where we're doing 10-year financial plans. But that flag there, I think, is a reminder when you start to look at, we're talking about this year's budget, but Councillor Hemmons has rightfully, I think, identified that there's another percentage coming next year. And having that sort of 0.5 built in is just as the 1% is a constant reminder around the impact of decisions on future years. And of course, it would be debated every year. And I think if council ever found itself in a position where the CAO was keeping that in the budget and not providing some base level of justification, well, probably at that point, some harder questions need to be asked. So I think there's enough checks and balances there, and it serves a good purpose. I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Armstrong.
Thanks. Yeah, this is an interesting one. On first blush, I acknowledge that we always do need these positions, and I appreciate this budget that the positions that were needed just to run the organization and to maintain what we're doing and move strategically were bundled into one vote. I don't know if I do see this the same as the asset management 1%. We did the modeling, and it's clear that we're at a deficit in terms of infrastructure renewal, and that's why we have that 1% in place to close that gap. In terms of staffing, I don't know if that same analogy can carry across. And I think that I support a practice every year coming with a bundled decision. And I do know that this is a supportive council for that. But I feel that this is almost put in place to hedge bets, with a future different council, and having it in there. I don't know if it does ensure sort of the accountability of having it detailed of exactly what those positions would be going towards, and I think we do need that. So I'm inclined not to support and to more support just having that bundled package similar to what we have at the RDN every year to go forward, and then council can evaluate whether they can support something like that or not. Because I think ultimately, the budget, these budgetary decisions do reside on council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
Just for clarification, so if this was to be supported, the new positions, would they be determined by the CAO and not by council? Because I think it would equate to about 4 positions roughly?
So any future positions from 2025 and on that were deemed through the advice of our senior leadership team, but ultimately the CAO, that were deemed to be necessary to maintain levels of service would automatically be included. Council would be informed of that. Any positions that are still deemed to be a higher level of service or a new service would come to council as a business case, and ultimate direction from council would be sought.
Thank you. I think this works if you have a really good CAO in place, but I'm concerned if you not, having lived through different eras, that I am very concerned about the power going to one individual to pick and choose where, and it may not even align with council strategic priorities depending on the individual in that position. So those are my concerns, and that's why I don't think right now I can vote for this. Thank you.
I'm very much of a mixed mind on this. Councillor Eastmere and I are sharing the same dilemma, the horns of the dilemma. Sorry? Mr. Lindsay was just saying.
Your Worship, I know and I appreciate the amount of extra time council's given us this morning. I would just say staff are also comfortable with the approach that you took earlier today and the fact that we bring you forward the the 0.5%. So if that's a more palatable way to approach it, where we would identify the positions that we believe that are necessary, that will always be around that 0.5%, or at least for the foreseeable future, bring those forward as individual decision items in the future, we're also happy with that. So just to move things along today, I would throw that out.
Thank you. Frankly, I was going to suggest, I hate kicking cans down the road, but it strikes me that this is it's a, I would say, a reasonably significant change in approach. I think both sides, so to speak, in opposition or in support, have some solid reasons to go one way or the other, and I just don't know that this is the time and place to do that. But I'll go to Councillor Manley and then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we're here to provide oversight, and I don't mind having the decision we made earlier on about positions come forward to council. I think that's the way we should just move forward. It provides an opportunity to have a discussion about justification for positions. That I trust staff and our CAO to make those decisions wisely, but we are here for oversight, and I think we should carry on doing our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks. Yeah, this is an interesting one, and I kind of, just looking at it from the other perspective, I think how things have currently been structured over the years, and it's very dependent on the council and CAO, but the system's set up to chronically underfund staffing, and so as time wears on, you're shorter and shorter and shorter, and everybody's more strapped. So I can see the merits of having something like this. I'm not feeling total clarity on it, so I'm still inclined not to support it at this moment and continue with how we did it this year. But I'm definitely going to put some more thought into it, and happy to bring this back if it does fail and my mind changes. Thank you.
It's not necessary, Ms. Mercer, that we consider this. It doesn't have to be decided today. Is that a fair comment?
Certainly, this could be something. No, it's not going to impact 2024. It could be something that you consider for final, or just continue with the way we've done it this year. So it's really up to you.
I don't know how council feels, but I'm inclined, and I see Councillor Brown, I'm just going to say it first, and I'll go to Councillor Brown. I'm inclined to ask for a motion to defer this to another meeting time for discussion, but I'll just let me hear from Councillor Brown first, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Perino. Councillor Brown?
Councillor Brown, thank you. I think the council discussion has been very interesting. I actually don't think this is really about a 2024 budget consideration. I think it's just fundamentally pointing towards a greater discussion around how we budget, how we might budget moving forward, and examining past practices. And what I'm wondering, Your Worship, and maybe through you to the GAO, is if this and any other relevant topics might be best left for a GPC in the new year, around just taking a look at the budgeting process and how we might improve upon it, both from what's good for staff, and both also, I think, around Councillor Manley's part around what does appropriate and responsible oversight look like.
I think I just heard you agree with what I was suggesting, Councillor Brown. Is that correct?
I think so.
So a motion to defer to the GPC would be welcome, Councillor Perino.
Absolutely, exactly as you said.
And do we have a seconder with Councillor Armstrong? And do we have a need for any further discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, all those in favor? And any opposed? None. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate that. Spirited, Mr. Lindsay?
Your Worship, and again, 45 minutes past your scheduled meeting end. We do have about 6 more items on your schedule, but there is some food that we've managed to arrange for council. So if you want to take a quick break before you move to the last 6 items, it's totally up to yourself.
Can we do 20 minutes, folks?
Keep going, keep going. I'm going to have to leave for good here soon.
Councillor Thorpe has already had to leave. We're not going to make the housing tour at one. I'm just going to text Minister Malcolmson's assistant and say it's not likely to happen.
Can we go till 1 and then stop?
Can we take 5 minutes, get some food and come back? So Councillor Armstrong gets to eat and we get to go quickly?
Great.
5 minutes.
Can you eat at your what is it, Ms. Robertson? The food, do you know? Sandwiches?
Wraps.
Sorry?
Wraps.
Wraps. Well, then let's bring our wraps back and be on TV, so to speak, munching away. 5 minutes. Okay.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in, and then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. So already do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. I'll just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually.
Courtesy of getting us some food, Ms. Robertson, and the patience and endurance of everyone involved here today. So let's proceed. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. There we go. This decision slide relates to reserve funding and is discussed over the next 2 slides. So in 2021, Council used the Special Initiatives Reserve to reduce taxes over 4 years. So these reserve funds came from the 2020 surplus as a result of the COVID-19 restart grant that was received. So for 2023, the $1.1 million that was budgeted to reduce taxes was reallocated to fund future projects. So the current financial plan also has funding from the Special Initiatives Reserve to reduce taxes by $300,000 in 2024 and a final $100,000 in 2025. So given Council's decision for 2023, staff thought it was prudent to provide the option to eliminate the reserve funding in both 2024 and 2025 and reallocate those funds to fund future projects. So option 1 is to eliminate the reserve funding for tax relief in 2024 and 2025. So this has an increase in property taxes of 0.22% in 2024 and approximately a 0.14% reduction in 2025 and a 0.07% reduction in 2026. Option 2 is status quo, so no change, and you would leave the tax relief funding from reserves as is for 2024 and 2025.
We have 2 options, and the reserve, how much?
400,000.
Sorry.
No, but how much have we got?
So this pretty much, there's a little bit left in the reserve, but these funds were put aside specifically for tax relief. So you can leave those funds in there and fund projects that come up.
But that's all we've got.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong, Hemmons, and Prino in order.
Yeah, for me, I would like to stay with status quo. I don't want to see removing it and then seeing another 0.22% increase, taking us almost up to what, 8.5. So for me, I'm for leaving it as a status quo.
Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, I agree, and I'd like to move the motion that we go with option 2, status quo.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you.
So at the GPC meeting on Monday, the committee asked for a decision slide to consider adding budget for a traffic calming project on Extension Road. So this funding would allow the full project to be completed instead of using a phased approach. So option 1 is to add $120,000 to the Extension Road traffic calming project. And you have 2 reserve funding options here. You could fund from your Strategic Infrastructure Reserve Fund or the General Capital Reserve Fund if you didn't want to draw down your SIR fund. Option number 2 is to add $70,000 to the Extension Road traffic calming project from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve Fund and allocate the full $50,000 that is budgeted for traffic calming operating projects in 2024. So this will fund the total $120,000 that's needed. So there's $50,000 of money already in the budget for traffic calming for miscellaneous projects that come up, I believe. And so you could take that and fully allocate it to the Extension Road project, in addition to pulling $70,000 out of the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve for a total of $120,000. And option number 3 is status quo, so you leave it in as a phased project. So those are your options.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was prepared to move option 1, and I'm still happy to stand behind it, but I'm curious about, so we have a little reserve for projects. What would be compromised if we allocated those funds? Because to my mind, we need to do the full traffic calming. There's no question about that. It's where do we pull the money from? So I'd love to hear from Mr. Sims if we're compromising other work to do it via option 2.
Excuse me, thank you, Your Worship. The option 2, or the 50,000, would be funded from the earmarked funds set aside for traffic calming in 23, but there's nothing yet committed.
So we have 50,000 set aside, but we don't have any projects attached.
We don't have any, but you know, just to caution the committee is that means there's no funding for traffic calming next year.
So, Your Worship, with that, I'm going to move option 1 to take the full 120 from strategic infrastructure.
As a seconded, Councillor Eastmere. Do you wish to say anything further, Councillor?
Nope. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
I concur with Councillor Hemmons. It needs to get done.
Yep. On board as well. Not seeing any further discussion. Option 1 is on the table. All those in favor? And any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. Let's bounce to the next one.
Okay. So again, at the budget meeting on Wednesday, the committee asked for a decision slide to consider adding budget for additional pickleball courts. So option number 1 is to add $518,000 to the budget for 8 new outdoor pickleball courts in 2024 and funded from general revenues. So that's an approximate 0.38% increase in 2024 and an approximate 0.35% decrease in 2025, as it's a one-time expense. Option number 2, if the committee wanted to wait until 2025, there are some funds available in that year to fund this project. So you could add $518,000 to fund the budget for those 8 outdoor pickleball courts and fund them from the general revenue project funding that's already in the budget. So there is no tax impact to that. And status quo is no change, and you do not add any funding for new pickleball courts at this time.
So, Councillor Perino.
Wild guess, eh? Thank you, Your Worship. I'm moving option number 1, and I'd speak to it if I get a seconder.
Seconded, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Perino, please.
Thank you. I think that you know, this is the most popular sport growing all across the country. We have so many people that ask about this. And it's important that we add more pickleball courts to Bevan Park, keep them away from any residential areas. And you know what, we can't wait, we need to do this. Can't wait for 2025, going to do it in 2024. It's important.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm curious why we wouldn't, what the rationale would be for not using the General Asset Management Reserve. I'm in support of getting the pickleball courts built, but that's just neither here nor there. Question through to staff, would the creation of these outdoor pickle courts then presume the shutdown of those troublesome ones that we're hearing from residents on? This would allow us to move the courts that are causing trouble.
Mr. Harding.
Your Worship, to Councillor Hammonds, that would be our staff's recommendation, yes.
And thank you for that. Would this impact tennis users? Would we be using surfaces that tennis users would typically see as their own?
So, Your Worship, Councillor Hammonds, this is a proposed new build.
New build,
so
thank you.
New build of facilities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Gesselbrock and then Councillor Armstrong.
Thanks. Just in terms of the number, do we have to go do the full 8 right away? I guess like the primary pressure for me on these pickleball courts is to replace the ones that we're going to have to close down just because of the large nuisance it is to people that were right next door. And I imagine those courts can be returned to tennis courts with, you know, the appropriate, you know, daily use time frame schedule set up on there. But I'm just curious, can we do a smaller build as opposed to 8? And what would be needed to replace the ones that are currently problematic? Thank you. It's a question to staff.
Your Worship, Councillor Gesselbrock, so Beaufort currently has 6 courts. So this we're proposing to add 2 more. And it's just a bit of economies of scale as we put all these facilities in. It's easier, more cost effective to do it all at once if we're going to try and get 8 in. I think as Councillor Perino mentioned, it's just a growing sport. So just to replace like for like may not provide some of the demand that we have. So we're proposing the 8, which I think is a good number, good scale that we could actually also build at Bevan Park. But we could come back if you want with an option for 4, which would be the half of the 8. But
no, I think
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the information there. I didn't realize there was 6 at Beaufort that would need to be transitioned. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm voting in favor. I think this is a sport that's used by everybody. It doesn't cost a lot of money, and I think it will mitigate some of the other issues that we're seeing for the simple fact that it's not in a residential area, and it's something that's actually our residents can get tangible benefits from right away. It's not like snow, you know, so it's important to me. Thank you.
Councillor Eastmere?
Are we also, as part of this, planning to put money into transitioning those courts at Beaufort into tennis courts again? And how much is the cost associated with that? And can that be part of this in 2024?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. We haven't costed it out completely, but it should be a relatively minor operational transfer. The Beaufort courts were originally 2 tennis courts, and so we can get 4 courts out of 4 pickleball courts out of a tennis court. So transition it back. Also, we believe in Beaufort. We do have some basketball nets in there now. We think adding a little bit more of the sport court opportunities there also would be nice for that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Option 1 is on the table. Not seeing any further discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Councillor Brown would be proud of me voting for expanded pickleball courts. Lighting of natural turf fields. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you. So again, this was a request from the Wednesday budget session to consider adding budget for lighting of natural turf fields. So option number 1 is to add $500,000 to the budget for lighting of natural turf fields in 2024 and fund from general revenues. So that's approximately a 0.36% increase in 2024 and approximately a 0.34% decrease in 2025, as this was one-time funding. Option 2, again, if the committee wanted to wait until 2025, there are unallocated funds available there. So you could add the $500,000 to the budget and fund from the base general revenue project funding that is already in the budget. So there is no tax impact to this option. And option number 3 is status quo, and you do not add any funding for lighting at this time.
Councillor Himmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move option 3, status quo.
Seconder? Councillor Manley? Speak to it.
I'm just really trying to keep the numbers low, and
Yes.
I live right next to a field that has lights on it, and it's I know our sports fields are beloved and used all the time, and I think this is something we can push into another year.
Councillor Prino, then Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was actually, if I'd spoken first, I was going to move option 2 for exactly the same reason. Taxes are way too high for this year, for 2024, but I felt that pushing it off a year might help us to give.
We can always bring it back.
So that's what I would like to say. I think I will vote in favor of the motion that you've put forward, and I'd like to encourage staff to bring this forward next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kesselbrock, then Councillor Armstrong.
No, I had no comment.
Okay, Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, just voting in favor. Hopefully there'll be grants later that we can apply for.
I think Council's comments are quite appropriate. Motion's in front of us. That's option 3, no motion required.
Motion for status quo.
Motion for the status quo. Sorry, it was moved and seconded. Yes, pardon me. All those in favor? And any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. On to public art, Ms. Mercer. Christmas is coming.
Yeah, that's right. Again, at the budget session on Wednesday, the committee asked for a decision slide to consider adding budget for public art. So option 1 is add $100,000 to the budget for increased public art in 2024 and fund from general revenues. So that's approximately 8.07% increase in 2024 and a corresponding 0.07 decrease in 2025 as it's one-time funding. So if the committee wanted to make this an annual increase, staff could increase the public art budget permanently and fund from within existing general revenue funding for projects. Or we could permanently increase the budget, but that's an option. But right now, what's on the table here is an option to just do a one-time increase of $100,000 for public art. Option number 2.
Sorry?
Oh, option number 2 is to add $100,000 to the budget and fund from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve for 2024. And that option, as it's reserves, has no funding impact or no tax impact. And option number 3 is do not add any additional funding for public art.
Thank you. Councillor Prino.
Oh, Your Worship, I love public art. I think it's such a gift to our community, but given our tax situation, I'm actually wishing to move option number 3.
Second.
Seconded. Councillor Prino, you wish to speak to it?
Well, it's just, I do like the idea of, if we, it is not going to lose the $75,000 that we already put into the fund, right? So that's important. I think it'll certainly give us some, which is good. I like the idea of the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve Fund, but I think we need to say that and take a look at this again in the next year or 2.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question through you to staff. What is our current budget for public art?
It is, through Your Worship, $75,000.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not going to vote in favor of option 3 as it is, which is the status quo, no increase. I do support public art. it's possible to add it through the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve Fund, which I think is an appropriate use. The longer-term commitment, so be it, but it's not that, therefore, I'm not going to be able to support the motion on the floor. Councillor Hemmens?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was leaning that way as well, but I haven't heard that we have a deficit in public art. I haven't been approached by any artists saying we need more public art, and I think we all agree we could use a ton more, but I'm not seeing this as the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve is how we mobilize funds in that we really need right now and we don't have another line item for, and I'm just not seeing the community requesting this enough for me to pull from that reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is the motion is to support the status quo. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Everyone except me, and I'm opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next steps.
Okay, so I just want to give a recap of where we're at. We are now at 8.4% for 2024. That will be confirmed when Ms. Fulla and her team go back and calculate all of the numbers. And just to, you know, if you are looking for places to bring it down, with the positions, the vehicles, the fleet requirements for those positions could be funded from the General Capital Reserve as their one-time funding, and it is an appropriate use of reserves. So that is, just wanted to make that clear in case there was some misunderstanding. And of course, you can always revisit the RCMP percentage.
Thank you very much. I can't say something cheeky like the owls have come home to roost, but at 8.4 the chickens have. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going on what Ms. Mercer said, what is the reduction if we pull the fleet from reserves?
It's
I love that you just gave us a little nugget.
Yeah. Ms. Full is calculating it, so just 1 second. That will take us to around 8%.
I'd like to make that motion, Your Worship, that we use the fleet, the reserves for the fleet.
Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Gesselbrock, in favor or opposed? You're muted.
In favor.
Thank you very much. Motion carries.
Okay, so on to next steps. So on December 4th, we'll have the e-town hall to help satisfy our public engagement requirement. As well, we will be bringing the utility rate bylaws to council for the first 3 readings. On December 6th and 8th, we have another 2 budget sessions scheduled if we need them. And at that time, we would go over a budget recap with the changes made from today, as well as go over any discussion that resulted from the e-town hall on the 4th. On December 18th, all things going according to plan, the financial plan bylaw will be presented to council for first 3 readings. As well, we hope to have council adopt all of the utility rate bylaws at that point as well. So if the above listed events happen in this order, the financial plan bylaw will be adopted in early January. And there's your owl, Your Worship. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I just want to say thank you to staff. That was a big, long day with a lot of decisions.
Any other business? Not seeing any. Question period. I assume we don't have any questions. Before we move for adjournment, I just want to echo what Councillor Hemmens said. Thank you very much. A longer morning than anticipated, but a very necessary one, and interesting and challenging debates, and want to thank everyone for participating today. Bless you all. Motion for adjournment. Moved Councillor Armstrong, seconded Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed?